midnight and we haven't even recorded anything. So, but anyway, I guess welcome to a new episode of Off Our Brains. I know it's been a while, but I've been wanting to chat with uh, who I have, joining me today for a minute. Ever since I heard you on a podcast with Action Figure Addict 112, and you mentioned loving old figures, like the kind of the where we started from, and how it's evolving. And I was like, what? Because no one talks about that. All you ever see is whatever. It's like they treat action figures today are treated the same way music and movies and sneakers and whatever the fashion is of the time. That's the way it's treated. People act like you can't talk about a figure past its street date. And you know me, like, I don't play that shit. Figures are timeless, and we should be, kind of. You can have retro collectors, so that means there's no street date on a figure, because retro implies that it's old. But anyway, I have Zorpox the Destroyer on the Off Our Brains with me today. So how you doing today, man?
I'm okay. Hey everyone.
So yeah, man, I'm glad to finally sit down and chat about this stuff. Um,
Yeah, man.
so when did you? I guess before we jump into because I know we were talking before we started recording, and we could go and go and go and go. So before we jump into it and completely geek out, can you tell the five people listening um, about when you started, like how long you been collecting, and what got you into it?
All right. So how I how I started collecting. Um, I've never stopped. You could say. I've never stopped. So it started off like everybody else. You're a kid. You get toys, and it's with recollection. I remember the first action figure I got was I think it was a Vision, either 3 or 4,
Vision?
Firefly. I think black and green, right?
Oh, Firefly from GI Joe.
Yeah, from the Real American Hero, and that's the first action figure I really remember getting, and that from there on, I just wanted action figures, especially GI Joes,
Cool, cool.
and yeah, I even got another. I even bought one just recently because that's what I'm saying. I'm doing now. Instead of buying the new stuff, you see the old stuff that I had,
Yeah.
I'm starting to get them back because it hits that nostalgic chord.
Uh huh.
So I got him back. I got back a Bison, the 3.75-inch Bison in the movie, the kind of horrible Street Fighter movie with Van Damme.
I had
Yeah,
the 12-inch ones, man. I had the Van Damme. That was my guile.
that is-
And
yeah,
my brother had Blanca, and I had Bison also.
yeah. So from then on, you're collecting Ninja Turtles. You're seeing these things advertising. You're going into the toy stores. You're trying these different action figures. Now the thing with me is that um, it had some. Well, we've seen today collectors have a stickler. They only want 6-inch figures.
Yeah.
Back then, like that for me, is whatever you see that caught your eye, you will buy that. Because
Exactly.
I remember having a Batman. I think that guy was like about 6 inches tall, and he used to war with my GI Joes, which were 3.75 inches.
Yeah,
And it was just the imagination.
yeah. The old 5-inch
Yeah,
Batman figures. Yep. I
yeah,
still have some of those.
yeah, and it's because of that. That is the type of action figure collector I am today. I don't care about scale. Once
Yeah.
it's cool, it has a good sculpt, and it doesn't even have to have, like 5 million points of articulation,
Yeah.
because I am for the art
All right.
because I do art myself
Uh huh.
and I even sculpt stuff, but we will get into that later, how I started sculpting.
Cool.
But with collecting, when you get older, you start being interested in girls, talking about like when you reach like what 13, 14,
Yeah. Yeah.
you started here, but it wasn't here before, and your interest just changed,
Yeah.
and you stop playing with toys. I just didn't have that imagination again. You know, interest changed, but the reason why I never stopped collecting is because Strydent, I still have my X-Men trading card since
Me
I was
too.
in. Yeah, and I still collect this day. My X-Men trading card's still there. My comic book, every convention I go to, it was like a ritual.
Yeah.
I would tell my buddy Grim, I was like, Grim, you know where you will find me, right? And I head across the comic book X-Men trading card section, and because I love art, so the artwork, you know, will draw you in, of course, you know. And
Yeah,
then it had the option of the cool bio in the back where you'll find out the abilities, who they're beefing with,
yeah. Yep.
you know, which team. Yeah, so, you know, that's how I got into collecting, and I never really stopped.
That's dope. That's dope.
Yeah,
And that's the thing that I think is missing from a lot of the content that's on YouTube. I mean, forget the fact that a lot of people are corporate sponsored. So like you're not even getting authentic reactions or authentic, views on the figures that come out. Instead, it's all, kind of scripted, and it's YouTube. YouTube was created so that just the average everyday person could, kind of showcase things that matter to them. And then people who like the same things could get on, and we have a forum. We can talk about
yeah,
them. You remember back in the day, you used to be able to do like video replies to a video,
yeah,
and that was dope
hmm,
back then because then your favorite creator would bring up a topic, showcase a song or a movie or something that you dug or they dug, and then because you dig it too, you could express how it, how you felt about that same thing. And it's moved away from that, and I hate, that's one of the things I hate the most about the way YouTube is right now. And it's worse in the toy community because it's raised up a whole bunch of bandwagoning ass collectors. And I mean, if you like it, you like it. That's not my problem. But I mean, like, an echo chamber is never a good thing. I mean, it's good for your views and it's good for your, your stats on YouTube or something on social media. But it's not a good thing when it comes to actual, discourse about something. Because essentially nobody's thinking for themselves. They're just repeating what the most popular so and so said, and you don't really get to see much variety when that's the way things are. And I miss the
yeah,
variety. I miss the variety. I miss hearing people geek out about Toy Biz, old ass Toy Biz 5 points of articulation action figures because every character was offered. You know what I mean? Everybody had a different
yeah,
favorite because
yeah,
so many characters in the Marvel pantheon were offered, and that was fun. It was fun to see a character you liked get a figure, and even if everybody else didn't like them, you got your figure. You got the character you wanted. Like I was a big Ghost Rider fan growing up, and a lot of kids that I went to school with and a lot of my friends didn't read Ghost Rider. They didn't read the Midnight Suns, like, the mystical, magical stuff. They read Spider-Man or X-Men or Cap or something like that. So like when we
yeah,
would play, I was Ghost Rider and I had Johnny Blaze too, so I could do the whole transformation thing. Um, that was my wheelhouse. I always dug Silver Surfer. Not many of my friends even read Silver Surfer when I was a kid. They knew who he was, but they didn't read his book. So, I liked the kind of out there characters, but then I also liked, X-Men and Spider-Man and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's refreshing to hear your perspective. I mean, I know some other people in this circle, people that listen to my channel and people that we talk to on the Facebook page. They kind of have a similar, somewhat similar background. They like old figures, of all
yeah,
kinds, and some of them like, the new stuff. But I find like just it gets old and it gets boring to only focus on what's brand new or whatever's hot right now, and it shouldn't be like that. But I don't know.
yeah,
I'm glad to finally get to chat with you about a variety of things, especially stemming
yeah,
from
no,
the old figures, man. It's dope. So you say you're an artist as well. You draw too?
yeah, yeah. I do. I do.
Cool, cool.
Maybe not as much as I would like these days because of the whole adulting thing
Yeah, I
and this
know,
whole
right?
pandemic.
Yeah,
Just like sucking the life out of you, but I try every now and again.
that's cool.
And what I encourage myself to do, you see, like if I'm doing a video and it's a figure that I really really into,
Uh huh.
I will try my hardest for as the thumbnail to try and do some art there myself. So
Yeah.
I'll draw the figure on and put it on the thumbnail.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. That's dope. I always wondered about that. I was gonna ask who does the, the art for your videos, but that's dope.
Oh,
So
well,
you're doing it.
yeah. Yeah, I try to practice it as much as possible because I'm afraid that one day I will get up and I won't be able to draw again.
I used to
Which
have
is
that
nightmare.
fear. I used to have that fear because, like, my comic, I started it because I wanted to do a comic for myself, stuff I like, and I also wanted to do something that had characters that my son could get into. Because he, growing up, if you look into comics, and I know these days this seems to be a problem with a lot of people, but you know how people of color always complain about the depictions of characters in comics and stuff. You don't really get a lot of like cool people of color. You know what I mean? Like, and then you have those
Yeah.
people who will say, "Well, if you want that, make it." Boom, I'm making it, and I want my kid to see
Yeah.
it. I put myself in there. I
Yeah.
have like some of his uncles are characters in there. His mom's a character in there, and he's a character in there. His brother's a character in there, and like the idea is you're getting to see characters that would have normally been relegated to the street doing the same stuff that the other counterparts get to do, like fighting, shit in other dimensions, and having crazy high power levels, and not just being strong or being smart, and that's it, because they always do that with the black characters. So he's real strong, or he's the smart guy, and that's it. They do the same thing with Asian people. Asian people get to be the ninja or the smart guy, and it's like we switched it up, and we put the characters like the street level character. Strydent is the quote unquote street. He would have been the street level character in anything else, and we flipped it on its head, that whole concept, because he starts out figuring out his powers in the street, and he actually corrects things in his city, and then moves on to like crazier shit. So he becomes more of an urban legend in his city, so people don't do jacked up shit because they're afraid they're gonna have to deal with him. And then he's off dealing with, crazier things that could affect everything with the other superheroes in that universe.
And when you mention that is another thing too. You see, like creating a character, I always believe from point A to point Z.
Mm-hmm.
That character has to change, whether it be for better or for worse.
Yeah.
He, ending of the story, that character is not supposed to be the same character he was or she was when they were at A.
Exactly.
It has to change, and that is why I like this show so much. Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah, it was a good show.
Yeah, because it showed you when he came out of, and I just joined this as an example.
Mm-hmm.
It showed you when he came out of the iceberg, he was childish.
Yeah.
And he had so much to learn. He had the other elements to learn. But at the ending, when he fought Fire Lord Ozai, that guy changed. He got more mature. He learned how to control his powers. And I believe when you're doing a story from A to Z, that something has to affect that character. That character has to mature. That character has to change. And as you said there, with your creation, I also have a bunch of characters I have wanted to make. My uncle and I, we sat down one day and we were like, let's make our own universe,
Uh-huh.
And we sat down and we just started to throw different characters, and I, Strydent, actually drew out a whole set because at that time I was inspired by Naruto Shippuden.
Uh-huh.
I just like how they were from kids, and they actually showed them when you saw them again in Shippuden, they grew.
Yeah.
You saw them in teenage, and I got inspired by that. So I said, okay, this universe we're going to build, we're going to show these characters young.
Growth, yeah.
And then we're going to transition when they grow older and what happened to them and stuff like that. I always believed in that. And I think it's good.
Yeah, it's the way it should be. I mean, because if you look at life in general,
that's
how it works. You're never the same. I mean, there's some people, and I fall into this category. a lot of who I am right now is pretty much who I was back in the day, but now I have more experience behind it. So certain things that weren't worth, certain beliefs and certain likes and dislikes that I had when I was a kid that weren't informed. You know what I mean? It was just like a knee-jerk reaction. I don't have those anymore because I've lived a
Yeah.
little bit more. You know, so it's more about enjoying and things because I understand these things. It's not just, you know, this thing sucks and I don't really have a good reason why it sucks. It just sucks because I didn't like it when I first saw it. Like I don't have those kinds of views anymore. But like a lot of stuff, I'm pretty much sadly I'm pretty much the same now with a lot of things as I was back in the day. And but you know, you do grow, you know, because I mean after
Yeah.
becoming
Mhm.
a father, becoming a husband, you know, just a lot of things. It changes your perspective. So yeah, there's
Yep.
different more appreciation for a lot of things, and yeah, your characters should go through that too. It's only fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
So so
And
here's
and that's
huh?
yeah.
No, go ahead, and then I'll jump in with what I was gonna say.
And I just say that's what makes the characters interesting. You see them grow,
Exactly.
and when that story finishes, you will feel a part of it. You will feel like you are a part of it. Like you are a character because you're so immersed in the story.
Yep.
And when it's over, it's like, it finished.
Yeah.
Because um, that's how I was. I don't know if you ever saw Samurai Champloo,
Oh yeah, I love
anime.
it. I love it. I got the whole series.
Dude, I wish Figma or SH Figures would make figures of that
Me too.
whole anime, boy.
Me too.
Well, it's the main ones. And I remember seeing that it started off, the first time I saw it was in Adult Swim.
Yep.
And I saw it. I followed the episodes until the last episode. And when it finished, and the spoiler alert, everybody went a separate way,
Yeah.
right? I felt like a hole inside. I was like, it really ends. So like, they make a season 2, please.
Yeah.
Please make one. Because
Nah.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the journey they had. The
Yeah.
characters grew. They
Yep.
found out more about the characters. So, you know, I'm all about that.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Yeah. It's like I don't know, man. It's strange because like a lot of times people spend these days. There's more focus on just whatever, kind of whatever's hot. Not the quality of the thing, just the fact that a lot of people are talking about it. And I think people miss out on a lot of really, 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 really awesome stories, awesome characters, just awesome things in general because they're too busy trying to fit in with the group and not go off and figure out for themselves, you know, the quality of a thing, the full quality. Like, you know, you get a figure, you should experience the figure. Don't just get it so you can put it on the shelf and say you got it. Get it so you can experience it. That's the whole point, you know? And a lot of people, it's like they're just stockpiling these figures, but they're not, you know, they're not really getting into it the way that it was intended to. And I mean, I guess people can argue that there's different ways to get into your figures, you know, and that's true. But I feel like if you like having it in the box, if you have two and one's in the box and one's out for you to mess around with, okay, fine, I get it. But if you bought it so that you could leave it in the box forever, then you missed the point. You're not really fully, if it's a action figure, let me specify that, because if it's an action figure, what it can do is the important part, not just, you know, that it exists. But I know some folks that plan on like reselling stuff, keep them in the package, and I guess, you know, that could be a thing.
That's the question.
Huh?
Excuse me, but that's the question I want to pose to anybody out there when you guys are listening to this.
Uh-huh.
Where do you guys get the restraint to have a figure that you wanted in the package and your hands in the kitchen to open that thing up?
I know,
Where
right?
you guys have real discipline. It's the discipline of Gandhi and the Dalai Lama, I tell you.
Yeah, I don't get it. I can't do it. The only times I've ever been able to do it is if and this will bring us into our first, you know, specific topic. When I got the Soda Street Fighter Guile figure, because Guile is my favorite Street Fighter character, I got
Right.
two of
Cool.
them because I knew I was gonna play with that one. I was gonna wear that figure out. Joints were gonna be coming off and stuff because I knew he was gonna be flash kicking everybody. Like I've done, little bits of choreography with him. I'm playing with my sons, with my brother, just goofing off in my spare time with him and Charlie from the Resource Street Fighter figures,
Right.
and
Yeah.
just random stuff because I liked the character so much that I couldn't. And it was such a well done figure, I couldn't just have him sit on a shelf. So I knew I needed to have two of them because I knew at some point the other one's gonna fall apart. Strangely enough, he hasn't really. I still have the one that I opened to play with is still pretty much in great shape. I mean, I think maybe he had a joint somewhere break and I fixed it, but he hasn't fallen apart yet, which is dope. So the other one is on the shelf, but yeah, man, it's like I don't have that kind of restraint. I get the figures because I know I'm gonna play with them. Maybe how I play with them will be different. Like my Figma Saber 2.0, I don't really
Yeah.
put her through the ringer because I love that figure. That's probably my favorite figure of all time, or at least in my top, I don't know, top 5 figures of all time. Because she could do anything I want her to do. Like any pose I can think of, for the most part, she can do it. Even with all that armor around her legs, there's joints on that armor, so I can move it out the way. So like that figure just amazes me, and I always, pick her up and pose her and whatever. But I play with certain figures a little bit differently. But what were you gonna say?
Yeah. I yet to experience that figure because I know I heard it from you first, and then 112 does always mention it every now and again. But it's Saber 2.0, Saber 2.0, and I was like, all right, cool.
It's a great figure.
But I've seen her. Yeah. She looks just like how she looks in the cartoon. That's good.
So, let's talk about the Soda Street Fighter figures because you mentioned you wanted to talk about them and not knowing about them before you saw my video, all my crappy ass video from years ago.
Yeah, crappy. Real bad people. Terrible. Man, he looked like if he shot that video with a megapixel camera.
I know, it was low, man. It was the first. I want to say it was one of the first cameras I ever had, like digital cameras that I ever had. I took the pictures for that video. Even some of them might have even been done with like an old Nokia, camera for my phone. So yeah, man, it's an old, like you said, you told me you want me to, you requested me redoing it, and I've been planning on it for a minute, but I definitely will do it.
Yeah, please. Do it over. And right, yeah, as I said, I had no idea these figures existed. And after seeing your video first, and then I started searching for it afterwards, and then I saw Anthony Customs drop his huge collection, and I was like, yo, these figures are awesome. And afterwards, I think you mentioned it, that the guy, Jeremy, I can't pronounce, I don't want to butcher his last name. I think his first name is Jeremy I don't know if you could help me out with his last name. It was Jeremy or Jerry? The guy who came up with the company.
Oh, Jerry. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Right. When I found out that guy hand sculpted all his figures, like, no. I was like, no, you did not. Because you guys should see the sculpt of these action figures. It's not what Hasbro gives you, like, they're reusing a Bucky Cap mold or anything like that.
Yeah, they're all...
These things...
Yeah, each one has a unique sculpt.
Yeah, a unique sculpt. And this man did it by hand. This is like what we used to get back with the Toy Biz kind of stuff, although they used to reuse some parts or whatever.
Yeah.
But this guy hand sculpted stuff. And this is what I told you earlier that inspired me to start sculpting.
Yeah, dude's amazing.
Yeah, the dude bad. The dude real bad. And I know he has a statue. He makes statues now, and those statues are even more awesome, right?
Yep.
So hearing that, it inspired me to start sculpting. So I went down to my art store like the day after. I bought 5 pounds of clay, right? And the week after, I bought some sculpting tools, and I bought the Sota Guile, because I really like the look of that guy. About the Sota guy, I have Sota Sagat also. I did a review on him,
Yeah.
and I just started sculpting. All it wasn't to the professionalism or the accuracy of that guy or the skill level, but
Yeah.
I still tried,
Yeah.
and I still practicing. But that inspired me to get into sculpting because what that gentleman did, or whoever helped him, it was some real good work.
Yeah.
You
It
know?
was him and only a
Yeah,
few other people.
yeah, and this is what and it's part of having the appreciation for older figures, knowing that people hand sculpted those too, that have me the way I am with older figures. You know,
Yeah. It makes sense.
you have to appreciate, yeah, you have to appreciate the art in it. You have to appreciate the art in it.
Yeah.
Some people just look at it as toys, but man, it has a lot of thought process going into it. A good figure, a lot of thought process goes into it to
Yeah.
have a complete figure for the customer.
I agree.
And I look at all these things, and that is why I hot on Storm Collectibles too, because I found out those guys actually hand sculpt this stuff too. I don't know to how much degree,
Yeah, because a
but
lot of
you heard
them,
it.
I
Yeah,
think
you
there
heard it
are
that they.
parts. There are parts that are, but a lot of them are 3D sculpted, like ZBrush sculptures.
Oh,
'Cause
okay, okay,
a couple guys that I've followed for a while on ArtStation posted their their 3D sculpts of
right.
those figures, and
So they do what, few things by hand, or they don't do anything by hand? Because I just heard.
I don't know how much they do by hand. I know
Okay, okay,
the majority of the figures are done. Um, they're done, digitally. Um, but it's possible. Maybe there is a specific line where they have most of the sculpting being done by hand. But like I know the Street Fighter stuff specifically, they've been all done by digitally. Um,
okay.
but yeah, I like the look of the figures. I don't like the scale of the figures. I know it sounds like a typical a complaint that a lot of people have, but I mean, like, it's the same issue I have with what's that company called? Square Enix's Play Arts. I was collecting them back when they were Play Arts, and I got the a couple of the Advent Children figures,
Right, right.
and they're just a weird scale because like the way that I display stuff is I have like my sword and sandal stuff, over in one area. I mean, it's kind of mixed up because He-Man is kind of sci-fi and medieval at the same time. But
Yeah.
I have some of that stuff on one side of my room, and on the other side I have like superheroes, and then on another side I have like movie stuff. And like you were talking about, I kind of just play with everything together. That's how, like, me and my son, when we, like, on the weekends, that's usually what we do. We just get a bunch of figures together and we just come up with these epics and just go, and I like when, if I'm using a certain set of figures, it's not too, like, they're not too far apart from each other. Not that it will stop us, don't get me wrong, it won't stop us, but just when I'm looking
Yeah.
at them, like, Cloud shouldn't tower over Sagat because Sagat is a giant dude. So
I could understand that
yeah,
because I also agree with what you say with the scale. Although I'm not too huge on, it doesn't bother me much, but
yeah,
I believe the big guy is supposed to be big.
exactly. That's why I
Yeah.
always, with my Marvel collection, almost all the, I shouldn't say all, but many of the villains, I always get the
Select.
selects, yeah, because like the select Sabretooth, that figure's amazing. I mean, he doesn't have the articulation that the Marvel Legends one has, but he's close and he's huge and he looks savage as hell, and
Yep.
it fits. I have no issues with the look of that figure. He's perfect. I can pretty much pose him how I want to, and like when he's fighting with Wolverine, it looks like the old books when Jim Lee was drawing X-Men, and when Adam Kubert was drawing X-Men, or Silvestri, or a number of guys, even John Byrne. Like, he's big and he's supposed to be like ginormous compared to Wolverine, so I like that. So I always go for that kind of thing. But like
Yeah, and
amongst the
wh-
average size
when
guys,
you,
uh huh,
yeah, when you mention that, you tend to hear a lot of toy collectors like, you know what, I find he should have been a little smaller or a little bigger. No, that's the thing, right? These are copies of what the artist drew.
yeah,
And when these artists I'm sorry, when artists draw these characters, I don't think they talk to one another and say, okay, he's supposed to be this big,
they
and
used to,
yeah, he must be this big at all times. No,
yeah,
that is up to the artist.
exactly.
So
Well,
it's
well,
up to you as a collector,
yeah,
whatever floats your boat, you
that's
buy
true.
it. But
Yeah,
don't make the point that this supposed to be this height and this supposed no. Come on. Where's the imagination?
that's
You know?
true. That's true to it's true to a degree. I mean, like we do have all these artist renderings of all these different characters, and they all do something slightly different. So that's true. The problem stems from editorial not keeping things, you know, consistent across the board. That's essentially in comics, and this is a problem I've had with modern comics for quite a while. Modern comics have become so lax because they've allowed the teams, like these quote unquote superstar teams, to dictate how a character is going to be uh, presented when the character has been around longer than the quote unquote superstar team has. So, like, characters like Batman. Batman's not the biggest dude, but some artists draw him like the biggest dude. The
Yeah.
the mandate for editorial, they're supposed to be like Batman is six, whatever, you know, 6'2", 6'4", whatever. So he needs to be relatively close to that in your renderings when you draw him, because
Yeah,
it needs to be consistent.
I
You know?
understand that. I could agree with that. But
Yeah.
you know what? I was more talking about like Juggernaut with the size,
Oh, with the big dudes. Yeah, 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 yeah.
big dude. I can understand the whole Batman thing where he's supposed to be this size. You can't have like Batman towering over Martian Manhunter. That'd be kind of
Exactly.
weird.
And you see
Yes.
that though, like when you look when you look online and you look at a lot of art from a lot of these characters, you got Batman towering over Superman or something like that because they like him better. Or you know, like Cyclops is the leader of the X-Men. So when you draw the X-Men, the leader is in front telling everybody where they need to go. But how many pictures of the X-Men do you see where Wolverine is in front, Storm is way in the back, Cyclops is hidden,
Yes.
you can barely see
A
him?
lot, a lot, a lot,
Mm-hmm.
a lot.
And it's all
as you say, because everybody like Wolverine, and
yeah.
I mean, you guys have two iconic X-Men characters in Cyclops and in Storm, and they get the real crappy end of the stick a lot of times.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And
Just
don't even get me started on Fox version of Cyclops, that whiny bastard.
oh my
I don't even
god.
want to,
Oh my god. But yeah,
I
you
don't
know,
want to go there, man.
yeah, it was garbage. But I mean, like that's one of those things, and I do think like the size, big characters, you can kind of get away with big characters being giant or whatever. You know, I think the Marvel Select Juggernaut, best Juggernaut they've ever made, hands down. I don't need him to do a split. I don't need him to be able to do all this agile shit because Juggernaut just runs through shit. As long as I can put him in a running pose, I'm good because that's what he does. I noticed that like in the age of Marvel Legends with Hasbro, it's become the articulation has become this big thing, and it's like characters don't necessarily have the traits, the physical traits that they always should have, at least not initially. Because I think the same guy who sculpted the Select version sculpted the recent, you know, the last two versions. It's the same figure, but the last two. Remember the build a figure and then the one that was in the pack with Colossus.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the same sculptor, so he
Is
just
he same sculptor? Okay.
yeah he
All
went
right.
back and he kind of, you know, because it's Marvel Legends, they went back and engineered better articulation for the figure. and he's smaller because of it. You know, the scale isn't all crazy. Like for me, once I saw X-Men: Children of the Atom, that's my depiction of all those characters. Because in my mind, when I was watching the cartoon and reading the comics, I imagined Juggernaut to be giant like that, and I imagined Wolverine to be snarling and drooling and being all weird looking, you know. And I imagined Cyclops just being heroic, as you know, he's the leader. That's how I imagined him. So the figures, I always want the version that best represents that. Oh, that brings us to another thing. You mentioned it, the Mafex Cyclops and the Mafex Batman.
Right.
The Jim Lee versions.
Right. Yeah.
So. Yeah, you can lead on this one.
I am not a fan of the Mafex Batman, and I know I'll have a couple of fights in the in the comments. I find it the cape, the cloth they use, as you said, actually looks cheap.
It does.
I thought they used a different type of material, and I find his body proportions. You know, when you look at Jim Lee's stuff, Jim Lee's art, especially I think in Hush, he was a bit beefier, and I find he's too skinny here.
Yeah, I agree.
He's too skinny. Yeah, Cyclops. You see how they had in Cyclops, his upper body was looking buff. Yeah. You know, I think Batman should have that look.
Yeah.
You know, and they should have done for the legs to like pick up the legs, and then I would say, and the cape, I find it could have used. I know this is my opinion. I find it could have used some type of leather.
Yeah,
instead of that cloth.
I agree. Something a little like, it doesn't necessarily have to be shiny, but like a dull kind of leather.
But yeah. You know that, and those are my thoughts on that. But other than that, if I had to choose Cyclops and Batman, I'd pick up the Cyclops. Because I find the Cyclops look better.
Yeah, I still think they both look good. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think there's this weird disparage. What is it? Disparage. What's the word I'm looking for? This issue with those two figures, because you have people that diss the Cyclops figure. Now they see a Batman figure and they're like, oh my god, it looks amazing, it's so great. And it's like, wait a second. Besides the upper torso, those two figures are almost identical. Almost. And it's Jim Lee's style also for both. So the same issues that you would have had with Cyclops would be issues you probably were going to have with Batman, because, you know, it's the same artist. It's the same elements that are on display. But you're seeing reviews where a lot of people are like, oh my god, the Batman looks amazing and Cyclops looks like garbage. There was a dude on Instagram who put them side by side, and you really can see it's the upper torso for both of them, like the pecs and like the midsection. Yeah, they're different.
He's beefier. Yeah, he looks bigger.
Yeah, Batman.
You know, and I think
Batman's smaller and Cyclops is bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they could have used over the top part of the body buck and put it over on Batman.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we're not accustomed to it, right?
Yeah.
We buy Marvel Legends, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's true. It's very true.
Yeah.
It's just strange.
But if I had a choice, Strydent, the Batman I am most excited for is the Supreme Knight.
Me too. I'm still waiting on mine to get here, because I saw Bodhi, he got his. I guess they got it in the UK first. He's in, I think he's in Germany. He got his first. I was like, shit, I can't wait to get mine.
So Bodhi bought the black or the blue?
He got the black one. I don't think the blue one is out yet.
Because because everyone running after the black, but strangely enough, I am going to get the blue.
Really? I don't like the way the blue looks, man. Yeah. To me, it doesn't look...
Yeah, I know. I love that. Because, you know, believe me, I had my eyes on the black because the black looks awesome, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. It has, you know, just have this part in here is something that you just can't explain at times.
Yeah.
When I watched it, I was like, that looking like the traditional Batman that I grew up with, you know.
Yeah.
And if I look to buy like the multiverse Carrie Kelly, that would go good with that. And that's my thought process, right?
Yeah.
Because for all those out there, I have a channel, Grim and Zorpox Reviews. We did a Turtle Van, and I have a project coming up for that Robin and that Batman.
Huh.
And yeah, I was like that Batman. I don't know. It just catch my eye. The blue and gray. I was like, you know what? I'll pick that one up instead.
Yeah.
Strange enough, yeah.
Hey.
But yeah,
whichever works, you know.
Yeah.
I mean that's
Yeah.
the cool thing. I'll give them this. The fact that they gave people choice is nice.
Yeah.
Because I mean a lot of times companies don't give people choice, and I mean if you're going after the Dark Knight Returns, you know, audience, Batman showed up in a bunch of colors in that. It's two versions of the blue and gray, and then there's the black and gray towards the end. So any version will work with Carrie Kelly. I wish they would do a better Carrie Kelly because that figure sucks. I have it.
Yeah.
And there's so much that she can't do. She doesn't have double jointed knees because it's an old multiverse figure.
Yeah.
The joints in her elbows are kind of, I don't know. She needs work. But they look cool together.
To be honest, yeah, they look cool, and that's just my idea for it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get the blue version and that Carrie Kelly, and I'll be happy. with that.
Yeah, I admit I am happy having them, you know, on the shelf together. They look cool.
But the thing I say, could we really wait on McFarlane to give us a Carrie Kelly?
Man, I want Figma to do it because Figma does the best female figures.
Yeah.
They never fail. Like I have tons of Figmas, and quite a few of them are female, and none of them are whack. I mean, if you compare like old Figmas to new ones, there's things they do better now than they did, 10 years ago. But they never do whack female. So if only they would do a Carrie Kelly, I'm telling you, everybody would buy it. They always put the right amount of accessories, the right articulation, little details that people miss, they include on their figures, like, I don't know, it would be dope. It would be dope for them to do it.
Yeah, but Strydent, I just thought of something, it's Mayfact doing the Dark Knight Returns, right?
Yeah, they are.
They have the blue Batman. Yeah, they do. They have the blue Batman, the black. They're doing the Joker. I have a feeling we'll be getting that Robin from them soon.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah,
you're probably right. I didn't even think about that. I forgot that they posted that figure as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Everybody.
I am so cool with the. I actually just finished my review of the Ascending Knight, and I posted a picture. I'm about to put that video up when we finish talking, and their Batman figures to me are the best on the market. I know people keep trying to say. I listened to what's his name, Jay Hernandez, say that the Hush one is the best one on the market. And I'm like, dude, nah, not even. It's not even close with that cape looking like somebody's blue socks. And then there's cool things about it. I'm not dissing it completely, but if you're gonna say it's
blue gym socks,
it looked like blue gym socks. It's all furry and fuzzy and shit, and it's too puffy,
but Strydent is like, we are accustomed to this.
Yeah,
it's like almost every new figure is the best rendition of that character.
Exactly.
Until the next one.
The next one. Yep.
I really, you know what? That's why, please, people, don't be part of the hive mind. Think for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't be a sheeple. Just do your own thing. Do your own thing. Figure it out for yourself. I mean, and this is not to say that some of these folks have never pointed out good things about figures, or been on point with their criticisms. But a lot of times they say that whatever the new thing is, it's the best. There are situations where it's right, like the new retro series Spider-Man. That's the best Spider-Man that Hasbro has done to date, period. The last one was their ultimate Spider-Man because he could do everything. He could do the splits, he could crouch, but none of them are as good as Toy Biz's Spider-Man 2 Superposable Spider-Man because he can do everything. Everything.
Yeah, look, I know you're looking for a fight there. I know
Nah,
you're looking
nah, I'm not
somebody
even trying to
gonna watch
fight.
and say,
This
well, actually.
I know someone's gonna say that, but no, it's people will say, you know, aesthetically, because you can see the joints, that he's not the best. But like, he can squat like Spider-Man squats. He can twist and contort in all the Spider-Man poses. He can do a fist, and he can do the thwip pose because he has articulated fingers. And I'm not really a big fan of articulated fingers, but on this figure and the first Spider-Man figure they did for the first movie, it works really well. They're both really posable. They both can open their hands so they can wall crawl, and they can, you know, do the thwippy pose and whatnot. And they can sit in the position that Spider-Man fits. Their toes even move so that they can, you know, like squat like a human being squats. Not like with Marvel Legends where you have to hide their feet because their feet are stiff. You know, they're just flat feet. They don't have the toe joint. So he can't squat fully, and usually their torsos don't bend all the way, and that's the only thing missing from that new one that came out. His torso bends really far, but his feet don't. He can't assume a squat, so he can't squat down like Spider-Man does on the end of a building, or you know what I mean, on a wall or whatever. It's the only unnatural part about the figure, but everything else, he's on point. He is on point. But yeah, man, I think that figure's dope. Let's talk more about Soda. The guy you were trying to remember, his name is Jerry Macaluso, and he's the dude who he sculpted all the figures. And I think he had some engineers work with him, because I heard that in a interview he had with it was like a was it no, it was with he did one with JC, but there's an older interview on YouTube. I remember watching years ago.
He spoke that English bloke.
Yeah. There was like an English dude that reviewed him. Yep. And it's a good interview because he does give you all the behind the scenes with no bullshit. He just straight up tells you how it was back then versus how it is now, and like he's letting you know what the process was and how Capcom kind of slowed up a lot of things, which is why they never finished. And he got frustrated, and he did what he could because he's a fan. And then he was just like, you know what? I can't really do any more than what I've been able to do. And then he sold the company. And yeah, but those figures are dope. And it's weird when you look at them compared to the figures that we get today. Like I was saying earlier, all of the figures, I think the most expensive one for me was Gouken, because I bought him at a convention. I didn't know he existed, and I think he may be some kind of bootleg or something like that, because they said that he wasn't an official part of the line. And I could be wrong on that, but I remember the packaging was a little bit different. And whenever you look at a list for the Street Fighter figures, he's not one of the he's not usually included in the list.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, he was a exclusive. So I think one of the versions is a bootleg, and then the other version is the exclusive, the regular exclusive. My mistake.
Okay.
But when you look at them compared to like modern figures, and you think about like how they were released, I think all of them were like $14.99, maybe $17.99. I bought most of mine from Hot Topic, strangely enough. I would just be wandering around the mall, and then I saw from outside, I saw the package, and I was like, I think the first one I got was T-Hawk, and I was like, damn, they made these? Like, because, you know, back then they didn't really advertise this kind of stuff. You didn't really know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got T-Hawk, and then I saw that he could do all. I mean, he was super posable. The materials were better than the stuff that even the old Marvel Legends at the time were made of. So I was like, yeah, I need more of these guys. And I had just started collecting import figures. I had a handful of import characters. So I jumped in hardcore, went back, got the old ones. I think Ryu and Sagat, I didn't get them the first release, the single carded release. I ended up getting, I think Agent O got them for me at Christmas one year. I got the double pack. There was two versions of them. There was the bloodied up versions, and then there were the clean versions. So I got the clean ones, and that's them in their like player one variants or whatever. And yeah, man, those figures were it's just they're so pretty and they're so well done, and they look like Ideon's artwork in Street Fighter, like the Alpha series, especially by the time Alpha 3 came around. Almost all these representations kind of feel like what you saw in the Alpha games. I want to say the only people who got a little shafted because they came out in this line and they didn't complete it is most of the Street Fighter 3 people. Like Ibuki is real tall and skinny, kind of. She's not short and thick like she is in the game. And they didn't do. They made an Alex prototype, but they never released it because the company switched hands. That made me so sad.
He did DJ.
Oh yeah,
He wasn't a Street Fighter.
I saw DJ and I saw Rolento. He was one that they made, and unfortunately they didn't release him, which pissed me off. I was like, are you kidding me? At least finish one of them. They didn't finish. Well, technically they finished the original 17 characters, because when the first I think, what is it, they went up to like round 4, and by round 4 you had everyone except for Zangief, E Honda, and Dalsim. And then they switched over to Revolution, and when they switched over to Revolution, then they made those 3 and 2 versions of Ken, Ryu, and Akuma. I think they were all on Akuma's body.
They did that horrible looking Armika.
The Armika, yeah, she was bad. She was bad. Yeah. Oof. And like the problem. No,
I just want to plug this in. Thank you, SH Figuarts.
I know they did a better version. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still got to go get their Vega, because their Vega was dope.
God, Vega. Oh my gosh, I have him.
Yeah, he's dope.
Vega is awesome.
Yeah, he's dope. He's dope. Like, it's weird because I had the Storm Collectibles Bison, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it like
I remember that review and you ended up selling him.
Yeah, I ended up selling him. Yeah, I didn't like him. I thought I would, and he looked really good, but it just, there's so many little things about the way those figures are constructed, and I hope that that's not the case all across the board, and that was just in the case of Bison. But that soft rubber chest with the skeleton going through the middle so that you can connect the arms to it, it was cheap. And to be selling those figures for like, different prices, like all the Storm collectibles don't go for the same price, like a general MSRP. It depends on the character. They'll be more expensive. And I think that's bogus right there. But that's kind of the way things are these days, a lot of figures, there's no general MSRP. It's based on whatever the scalper price is, and then everybody just copies, and that fucking hate that.
Yeah.
So which of the
yeah?
No, you can go ahead, finish. I'll ask again.
It's not making collecting enjoyable.
I know. Yeah, I agree.
It's not. Because what figure it was I wanted? Oh yeah, the Super Shredder from NECA.
Oh Lord, don't even talk about NECA. Oh my God.
Yeah, on eBay, Super Shredder is actually going from $100 up.
That's bullshit.
And I mean, this is ridiculous. So people like me who outside of the US, who doesn't have what is it exclusive to is Target, right?
I think he's either Target or Walmart. I think the movie stuff is exclusive to Walmart.
I don't have any.
I
don't have any of those.
Really?
Yeah, I don't have any of those. So, no, we don't. I know they generously put up the the window for you to buy them.
Uh-huh.
So let's just say you miss the window.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to you? So you have to contend buying a Super Shredder for $100 to $150. I don't think so.
I'm not. Yeah.
And that's the next thing. Why you just don't fill up the pegs with these action figures?
Exactly.
These things stealing, although it's exclusive to a store, it's stealing like an exclusive.
Yeah.
It's like it almost feels like they're only making 1,000.
Yeah, exactly.
And they just. It wasn't like this back in the day. Back in the day, you could have find the action figures, and even if they sold out, bet your bottom dollar by the time they reach back next week, you'll have a fresh amount on the pegs again for you to pick
Exactly,
up.
because they stock the shelves. Yeah, that's a problem I
Yeah, so
have with
why it
today's.
reached to this? Why it reached to this?
Yeah, I don't like today's business models when it comes to like action figures and distribution and all that. It's bullshit. Like everything is pre-orders, right? When in reality, like just think of it from a business perspective. If we're gonna play devil's advocate, which I don't like to do, but you know, whatever. Advocating for the devil's not a good. It's not a good thing, but you know, they say that pre-orders help them make the right amount of a thing. But who goes into any project with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in their what is this, the 35th anniversary of the Turtles, and you think you're not gonna need a shit ton of those figures? Like they're one of the most popular indie comic book properties of all time, if not the most popular indie comic of all time. And you trying to tell me, as popular as the Turtles are, you didn't foresee that all those fans that grew up with this shit, who you're targeting, are gonna figure out that this exists and they're all gonna be trying to get it? So they're saying, oh, we're gonna only send 2 per store for Walmart. Like I was talking to AA112, and he said he talked to a guy at Walmart, and they said that they only get 2 per store, not 2 cases per store, 2 packs per store of the movie Turtle stuff, like the Casey Jones and Raphael. I'm like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Like, who would?
No, I mean, as you say, right? We talking about TMNT. You printing money with that IP, you know.
Exactly.
You're printing money.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody in the world, unless you grew up like Tarzan or something, that you don't know about this intellectual property.
Yeah, everybody knew who the Turtles are. My grandparents, they done passed, but they were here. They knew who the Turtles were.
Strydent, you making joke? My aunt, she's almost 70 years old.
Uh-huh.
And when I got the 4 Ninja Turtles, the movie Ninja Turtles, she was like, oh my gosh, they look exactly like the movie.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, come on. That sums it up right there.
Exactly. Everybody knows. Everybody knows.
Come on.
When they get on Instagram or Facebook or some shit and try to say, oh, we didn't realize it was going to be that kind of a reaction, get the fuck out of here. Then you weren't doing your job. Yeah. You weren't doing your job.
Exactly. No. You can't fool us with that. You can't fool smart people with that.
It's just common sense, but that's the way they do things these days. And it almost feels like a lot of these companies are the scalpers. Like they create a false scarcity, or just create a scarcity by not creating enough of the figure, or not selling enough on the, like, you know, the retail circuit, and then they sell everything through the secondary. That's how the same scalpers keep selling the same shit for like crazy prices. And you notice that, like, when you go online right now, like all those first 10 years Marvel Legends figures, all the Fin Fang Foom Build-A-Figures, both the legit one and the bootleg, they're all going for ridiculous money. Or the Sentinel that goes for as much as the HasLab exclusive one is going to go for. Like, it's who's selling that shit? Or all the crazy expensive classics, Transformers classics from back in the day. Who is it that's still selling this shit and getting a constantly getting new stock of this stuff? It has to be part of, and I mean, maybe this is me being a conspiracy theorist in this case, but if they stop making it, how are they still circulating these things other than, and I'm not talking about like collectors doing it, because new ones are popping up, you know?
So Strydent, when you're editing this video, you see where you start to say conspiracy theorists, you have to enter the X-File music there.
I know, right? It's crazy though, man. It's crazy.
It's dumb.
It doesn't make sense. But yeah, NECA, I'm almost done with NECA. Like, after all I went through with which wasn't very hard to get the Four Turtles and then Splinter and Shredder and the Foot Soldiers, because it was on GameStop's website. So I just jumped on around the time that they said they were going to post them. I think I pre-ordered them actually, and so I didn't have to deal with what we're dealing with right now. It was actually a lot easier. But whenever I go to the stores, ever since they started putting them in the Targets and Walmarts, I don't see shit. Like, I got Leonardo and Shredder from the cartoon 2-packs.
Right.
And then I saw the others once on a day when I was grocery shopping, and I was like, yeah, I'll come back for toys another time. I should have picked them up then, because I saw Raph and Michelangelo that one time, and then I never saw them replenish that section ever again.
And that's the thing I just want to add to this. I think toy companies should re-release certain stuff.
Oh yeah.
This will help with the scalpers.
I agree.
All right, because one set of figures in particular, probably two. All right, and we're talking about TMNT. You see the comic book TMNT stuff that they did, Mecha did, with the red bandanas. The dude with the red bandanas, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I got those years ago. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see, for somebody like me that started back collecting late, I am in crap street because all right, let's just say I don't want to get the knockoff ones. And I want the ones straight from the company. Yeah. How am I going to get that? And they're not re-releasing. They could re-release certain stuff every now and again.
I agree.
For those characters that missed out on it.
Yeah, I agree.
Strydent, you see the Revoltech Ninja Turtles, the one from the 2012.
Oh, from the cartoon, the TV show. Yeah.
I would love to pick those up too. Yeah. Right. So I don't know why companies. I don't know if I don't know the whole logistics of it. If it will make them a loss, but I don't think so. It will have people that will buy these things. To just re-release.
I agree. I mean, and the process is, a lot of companies have moved to 3D printing from the old school, mold and cast system like they used to do. So they're just 3D printing the figure, over and over and over and over with the industrial 3D printers. So they're spending less and they're making more because the figures cost more now than they did back in the day when everybody was doing the mold and cast. I mean, there's still companies that do mold and cast like the old days, but a lot of companies now, that's not the only process that they use. And you're seeing smaller companies like all those third-party Transformers companies, they're doing it and they're 3D printing their figures, all the parts and everything, it's all 3D printed. So like when people are saying, oh, it's so much more expensive, blah blah blah, whatever, I mean, if the figure is going for $300, like in the case of many of the third-party figures, or $200, whatever, a pop, you pay for your 3D printer in one run. You know what I mean? So they're making their money hand over fist. I mean, there's other costs, don't get me wrong, and I'm not just saying it's one thing, but they're making their money hand over fist. And, the old ways are not the only ways. That's the reason why you have smaller companies getting in on the toy industry business, like they can get in on it because you can just buy a 3D printer, you get on ZBrush, you make your shit. All you'll have to pay like a lot into is your paints. And some people have connections where they can, get really good industry painters to do the work for them. And you do a smaller run because of the fact that it's being hand painted, but you're saving some money because you're going to sell those figures for way more. I mean, like GI Joes used to be like $8 back in the day. I think they were like $4 maybe back in the 80s and stuff, or $3.99, something like that. And now GI Joes are going for $40, but they don't have hardly any paint on them.
And just for a second, Strydent, and for those out there, I remember I did the video on how prices shouldn't really escalate over the years. You remember that video?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you pull up the calculator and everything. And I remember specifically a guy answered you and said that he didn't believe that you guys used to pay $2.98 for a G.I. Joe figure.
Yep.
And I was like, dude, wake up.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, G.I. Joe used to cost that much.
Yeah, it's true. Even the cops figures, $2.99, and those are 5.5, maybe 6-inch figures that were done with the G.I. Joe construction. And I remember the first ones I got were $2.99. I even got like when I was doing the review. If you go back and look at the review for, I think it was Nightmare, I got him fresh in the package a couple years back. And on the package, the sticker for KB Toys was still on there. I think it was KB, and it said something like $2 or $3.99. And I'm sitting here like, holy shit! Like I can't believe how much.
I don't know
the prices.
I don't know where he used to shop. When that whoever commented, I don't know where he used to shop. He probably used to shop in Saturn or Venus. But it have a lot of people going in conventions, and they're actually showing you on the video that these toys used to go for $2 below $3.
Exactly.
Right? To get that out there.
Exactly.
But
yeah, prices have gotten out of hand, man. Which Storm Collectibles Street Fighter figures do you have?
All right, I have currently the Bison. I have the Toys R Us exclusive. That's the one in the green.
Okay.
And I also have the well, I don't know if you could call it player one, but the original color for Akuma.
Okay.
So that's with the red mane and the blue gi.
Okay.
Right? And those are the only two Storms that I have now, because my Street Fighter collection made up of SH Figure Arts, NECA, Suta, and Storm Collectibles.
Gotcha.
So I have a rainbow line.
Yeah.
Of figures there.
Yeah, I have some of the same. I don't have any Storm in my collection right now. I will when E Honda comes out, and if I can find Zangief for a good price, I would get him.
Man, good luck with that. I was looking for that guy just yesterday. And the one with the green trunks, I saw him going for like upwards $200
Jesus
US.
Christ.
I was like, hell no.
Yeah, I can't.
And then I kicked myself. Because on Amazon they had him selling for $90, and I could have gotten that.
That's almost too much still. But I mean, he probably is huge, honestly. Because
he's big.
Those figures are already oversized. So
yeah, but what I see in Strydent is that I would take the chance to get him for $90 than $200 upwards.
Oh yeah,
you know.
I agree.
I'd take the chance.
I agree. I've been there. Yeah. I did that with my Masters of the Universe Tila figure. I got her for a high price that was lower than what I usually saw her for, and I'm still ashamed that I paid that money for that figure, because I'm like, she's not really worth that much money. But you know, I had been searching, and that was the lowest I think I've ever seen her for. So I was like, all right, I'll get her.
But the Bison I have, I got him off of eBay for $50 US.
Damn.
And he was on a bid. Now, Strydent, you know how bids work in eBay?
Oh yeah.
Right? It could say, okay, you are the highest bidder, and
the last
coming down to the last second, some SOB will come and put on a price that you can't afford, and you miss out on your figure. So that Bison Strydent, I will never sell it, because I bid for it, and that bid held for 5 days.
Oh wow!
It held for 5 days, and nobody outbid me, so I got him for $50.
That's
not
bad.
Probably I was supposed to get this guy, so I'm not selling him for nothing.
Hey, that's good. I mean, I like those little victories, man. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Although, to be honest, I prefer the sculptor, the Sota.
Yeah.
He looks like the Bison I saw in the Street Fighter animated movie.
Exactly. Yeah, he does, and he has the stature too. It's just that for me, I sold him because he was as tall as Sagat, and I was like, nah, he shouldn't be that big. But I mean, it works for some
Okay.
folks. You know what I mean? Like if that's what you get, that's what you got. You know, it's not bad.
Yeah.
I'm not dissing it. But yeah, for me, he was too big, and then his construction for me, I felt like I had that Morbius figure from Toy Biz back in the day, and he had that
Right.
rubber skin, and he broke down over time. And my attic,
Oh.
parts of my attic get hot in the summertime. I mean, I got a new AC up here so that it could stay cooler, but I have like a closet area that I keep my stuff that I'm not displaying or stuff I just don't mess with anymore.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've pulled things out and it's crumbling. The rubber's crumbling down because the heat, and it's not designed to
Yeah.
actually survive. So
Because I remember you sold the gray. I remember you had a video, and you said you were selling the gray version of the Bison you had. And I would have purchased that from you, but I had already got the Storm Collectibles Bison, so didn't bother.
yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I like the look of the Storm figure. I just wish he had the cape. If he had the cape, that would be awesome.
Yeah, yeah, it would have been. But when you really look at it, let me see. Yeah, it would have been awesome if he had the cape, because he was based on the Street Fighter 5 design, and I don't think he had the cape in that game. I don't think so.
No, he
There's
didn't.
only like certain
Yeah.
skins you had the cape, but this is his main design here.
Yeah, he had the I think he had that lower cloak thing going on.
Yeah, the little cloak thing, yeah, the skirt thing.
But I mean, I'm not gonna diss. I know, like, I had a harsh critique for that figure because I had high hopes for him, and then when I saw what the materials for the figure, I was like, man, in a couple years this thing's gonna fall apart and it's gonna suck because it's a dope looking figure, but
Yeah.
for the price you would want it to stand up, and it's possible they could change that over time, and the price could get, I mean, the materials could get better for the price. So if that happens, I think that'll be better for people who love just the Storm figures. And I think it's kind of cool too that if you want the big characters, that's where Storm Collectibles like super excels.
They like Marvel Select, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So if you like the really big muscle bound characters, they always talk about how they like to do the guys with muscles, the big muscular guys. So if that's what you like, that's who you go to, and they're gonna do it up. Like, I wish their Alex figure was the one from Street Fighter 3 instead of 5, because his design is whack in 5. But
Yeah.
but maybe they will down the line do a Street Fighter 5 version of Alex. That'd be awesome.
I
Or Street
I
Fighter
hope so,
3.
because the amount of IPs they're picking up these days,
Yeah.
I don't know when to see certain figures, because I was telling A&D the other day,
Uh-huh.
like A&D, I see they pick up Samurai Shodown, and he's like, yeah, and my favorite character in Samurai Shodown is Galford.
Oh,
So
wow.
I just waited.
I used to play as Galford. He was hard as fuck to play as.
I love Galford.
My favorite characters in that game were Charlotte and what's his face? The two swords. Not Genjuro, the other one. He was in the first game. Jubei.
Chubei,
Yeah,
okay.
those are my two favorites. I like characters that charge in that game for some reason, and I was really good at it too. That was a game that I was never really serious about, but I just kind of, every now and then I would just wander over to it and play because it looked good, and it was a nice, fun experience. That's one of those collections I still haven't picked up. I need to pick that up.
Tried it with that. I don't love Stone Collectibles, but I like what they do. And I
Yeah.
can understand your gripes about them with the whole rubber and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's annoying at times. Especially the Bison.
Yeah.
The one you have.
Yeah.
You can't even do the knee press properly with it. And I was like, oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Hopefully the articulation getting better. See, the Cyrax wasn't bad actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Cyrax wasn't.
Yeah, I would imagine like if if they build them where they don't snap apart for any gimmick reasons, then you
Yeah.
probably end up with a better figure. But they still have like fake. For instance, their butterfly joint. It's a fake joint. It's not even a joint. It's literally they put a piece of plastic to fill up the gap in the ball joint, and then you have
I.e.
huh?
McFarlane.
Yeah, McFarlane. Well, on the new McFarlane figures, it's a full on it's a full
Really?
on joint. I was surprised because I got the Joker. I picked him up just on a whim a couple months back, and I was just like, holy shit! They actually like they're doing something. Like I thought these figures were gonna be cheap and just kind of meh,
Yeah.
but they're doing similar things to what Storm is doing, but the quality of the plastics being used are 1,000% better. And that's why I have a gripe with Storm is because they're charging premium price because their figures are large. But like
Yeah.
the figure construction is shitty. I mean, they're using this weird like nylon-ish or vinyl-ish plastic for the bodies that you know in like 10 years the shit's gonna break down. That's what Hasbro used or Toy Biz used to do on certain figures, and it broke down 10, 15 years later. And then the articulation, you know, like you if you have a butterfly joint, then it helps them cross their arms over their chests. But if you just have a ball joint and you put a like a gap cover upper in the joint, you know what I mean? You're not really creating a butterfly joint, but I hear reviewers calling it a butterfly joint, and I'm like, actually look at the construction of this figure, and you'll see what we're talking about. Because the Lightning Collection, as much as I hate the process of trying to track down the figures I want, the construction of those figures is masterful because they finally have articulation that mimics what import figures have been doing for years, but
Yeah.
you're not paying import prices until you try to buy it on the secondary. But you're not really paying, you know, import. You're not intended to pay import prices, you know.
Exactly. Exactly. And
So,
that's the thing at Strydent when you mention about butterfly, the best butterfly joint I have ever experienced. Kamen Rider Black. And those Kamen Rider figures from
oh
SH
yeah,
Figures.
yeah, Black is pretty good. I think the best one. It's strange. A couple of them I got to give to Hasbro. They've done on that Spider-Man that they just released, the classic, you know, '90s Spidey. Um,
Right?
that one is amazing, and he's got the same construction as the Lightning Collection figures. So the Mighty Morphin
Okay.
team, they have that like I can make Jason, you know, Conan his sword properly, you know, with two hands and everything. Um, it's awesome. I'm like, wow. And then I got to give props to Figuarts on their fighting body figures. A lot of collectors or reviewers on YouTube have reviewed those figures, the Street Fighter SH Figuarts, and they've been trying to say they don't have as much range of articulation. They can't do blah blah. They're too afraid to push the figure just a little bit more to make it do stuff. Like when I did my review on Ryu, I tried to be extensive as possible, and I showed people the poses he could do. I had a guy argue with me and Agent O on his video about was it Bison or maybe it was Sagat. One of his videos of them, the guy was saying you should look into Storm because it's better than, you know, Soda, and it's better than you know, the Figuarts. And I'm like, nah, they're not. I'm like, the Storm has amazing sculpts and their paint work is amazing, and it looks so good that it's just like, yeah, this should be the go-to figure. But the scale is just way too big and all over the
Too
place.
big.
And then the you know, and it will work for some characters. Like we've been talking about Honda for months, and
Ah, yeah, boy.
that'll work. That'll work. That'll really work. I mean, if it'll work even better if you also are able to get Zangief, which, you know, at this point he's like $300. So it's like,
Yeah.
hey. But
Yeah.
yeah, if you can get Honda, he should be big because in the game he's big. And it's weird listening to quote unquote Street Fighter fans talk about the scale of Street Fighter characters using Storm collectibles as their like example.
Exactly.
It's like,
And as you think,
mm-mm.
Strider, from my continent,
You're good.
Strident on my Street Fighter shelf, I have NECA, Storm, SH Figures,
Uh-huh.
Suter,
Same here.
and I could fudge those characters in
Yeah.
because we talking about fighters from around the world. Not everybody gonna have the same body size
Mm-hmm.
or height, so it gives your shelf some type of diversity. And
Exactly.
speaking of diversity, we want Dalzim and
Uh-huh.
Balrog, please.
And DJ. The fuck, man.
And DJ.
Nobody's
Exactly.
done DJ in all this time. You know, how many times have they skipped DJ and they've done Street Fighter 3 characters, Alpha characters. It's like they've even done SNK characters before they've done freaking the 17 main World
Yeah,
Warriors.
the characters in World Warriors, and I have to ask them and say, oh, I have something with the Caribbean, because I'm from there. Yeah, what's up with that?
Yeah.
Guys are all the representation.
Yeah. It's
I
strange.
love it.
It's just really strange. I've been like I remember when I saw. So did you ever see the? You probably have because you're a fan of Soda. So you've seen the prototypes for DJ and Alex that never got released.
Yeah, I saw that.
Man, made me so sad.
Yep.
So sad.
And I don't care what anybody says. Compared to computer to a man sculpting with his hand, I will give the man sculpting with his hand any day.
Yeah, you got to
Because
give him props.
the computer, you have autocorrect. You could always, the computer will say, oh, no, you went too far. Come back here. But that dude at the average with his eye and his hands to create this thing. And man, you will agree with me when I say these sculpts, awesome, man. I
Uh-huh.
can't stop watching my T-Hawk, you know. I
Uh-huh.
can't stop watching the Sagat.
Yeah.
Guile too. Guile, I think, is my favorite sculpt out of all the Sota so far.
Yeah, mine is between. It's probably a tie between Balrog and Guile.
Okay.
I love the
But that's-
Guile. Guile has the whole Dolph Lundgren face, and they got it. It looks like I was showing my youngest son because we were watching He-Man, like the movie of Masters of the Universe, and I was like, it's crazy that Guile was modeled off of him. No, we were watching. I'm sorry, Street Fighter, the animated movie, and I was like, it's crazy that Guile was modeled off of Dolph Lundgren, and even if they don't say it, it's obvious. So I showed him a picture of Dolph in Red Scorpion, and my son, he's 7, he started cracking up. He's like, wow, that looks just like Guile. And I was like, unfortunately he was Russian in this movie. They never actually had him play like,
Yeah.
pretty much the Guile character, and they should have. It's a no-brainer. But yeah, they the sculpts, there's so many subtleties and nods to like the old Acumen artwork and Bengus's artwork and Ideon's artwork that like it's surprising to me that people have trashed the Soda line. I was watching a review a couple days back where it was a dude named Daybreak, and I used to watch him back in the day, and at some point I fell off because I think he used to review figure arts like tokusatsu stuff like Kamen Rider and Super Sentai. But he was reviewing the SH Figure Arts line, and he was talking about how he gives all this props to the Storm and Figure Arts, and then he goes, oh yeah, back in the day there was this line by this company Soda, and they were atrocious. And I'm like, wait, are you kidding me? I was like, there's things they got right way back in, what was that, 2006, 2007, that
Yeah.
Figure Arts didn't even get right with with some of the things they are doing now. Like things like detail on, like I just got Bison, and I don't know why, and it may be something from the game specifically, but since they didn't actually follow the game model, it makes you wonder, why did they cheap out? Like Bison has Shadowloo emblem on his hat, but the toy doesn't have it. And then he has like a Thunderbolt on his belt. It's like a square,
Yes.
a rectangular
Yeah.
belt with a gold Thunderbolt, black background, but the fringe around the edges of the belt is supposed to be gold. Nothing. It's just a gold bar. Nothing in there. And I'm like, what? And then what's his name? Jerry Macaluso with his bare fucking hands sculpts Bison with all that information there, all of that
Yep.
detail. And people are dissing them. I'm like, he was following a different style. The new figures kind of, I don't know, it's just it's like people don't understand that just because it's new, it doesn't automatically make it better in all areas,
Agree.
There's another guy, I used to really love his reviews, but then I started seeing him do this. It's like he would make videos just so that he can show his bias and then try to present it as if he's being open. he would do these like verses. He loves Storm collectibles. This dude named 86. And his video setup is nice, but he's another one of those cats with an accent, so people think what he's saying is the truth. You know what I'm talking about? With a British accent or an Australian accent, so people automatically just believe whatever they say is the truth. It sounds the most authoritative, so it's the truth. It's like, get out of here with that shit. He would make these videos where he'd put the soda figure, Storm figure against the Figuarts, and I'm like, okay, number one, two different styles, so the aesthetics are completely different. Two different scales, so the level of clarity is completely different, and two different articulation schemes. So it's an unfair comparison.
It's unfair. It's like you're comparing a 1976 Mustang to the Mustangs they have today.
Yeah.
And shit, the old stuff.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. I don't like it either. And another reviewer, this guy, Bobby Skullface. You ever watch his stuff? His stuff?
I used to be biased. Yeah, I used to be a fan way back in the day. We did an Off Our Brains, and his modem died in the middle of our conversation. So somehow we lost the video. Like it was like pew.
Oh, it's with him. Wow.
And
that's cool.
So I was like, whatever, okay. I mean, he's a nice guy, but I don't agree with a lot of his reviews.
Yeah,
I don't watch him anymore because it started to get kind of out of hand. I was listening to videos where he was talking about like, what did he say? Abandoning a collection. So like if he has a video, this was a couple years back, where him and his friends, they have a podcast. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I follow him hard right now, and a lot of things he said I don't. You see that abandon that collection thing, that makes no sense. You know what? They come across like these elitists.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, I mean, okay, because I tell you, I cannot afford, and even if I could afford it, I am not buying any Fans Toys Transformers spray for $225 a pop.
Yeah, nope. It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
And these guys have a whole shelf full of Fan Toys. So you go in and get rid of all your third-party stuff just to get Fans Toys, and how often they release a figure.
Exactly.
All right. So why want to get rid of that? Because you didn't get certain figures. It have other companies doing just as good stuff.
Exactly.
To your standard as a Fans Toys fan, but you don't have to abandon your collection because they did make this. Yeah, I saw that video. I was like, that's trash. I didn't agree with it.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling it, and it frustrated me. I think I even mentioned I did a one of the vlogs on my Patreon where I was talking about that too, because I was like, that's some reductive ass thinking. So it's literally like I can't have one of these things that I can't have all of the things, so I don't want any of the things, even the things I already have that are in that same line. That's just dumb. Like, it's none of these collections, unless you're talking about like a Gestalt or a combiner, none of the lines rely on you having all the characters that are released. The only time you need all of them is if you're trying to create the robot that they all combine to become.
Exactly.
Outside of that, you don't. So this is a dumb way of thinking. It's a dumb conversation. And the fact that there were so many people that were like co-signing that shit, like it's just regular, everybody does it, man. Like, this shit makes me mad.
No, not everybody, because I can tell you one thing. I bought the third party, the X Transbots, because I love drag strip out of the Stunticons, the Formula One car. I love that. I love Formula One, right?
Yeah.
And I bought him earlier this year. Really excited. I tried and really excited. When I finally get in the package, I transformed it. That thing took me 45 minutes to transform, just because I didn't want to break its fragile parts. And you know what? There was a pad behind his shoulder. Strydent, the thing cracked. And out of the box, he came loose. So I had to open him up and put nail polish on him. And I was like, you see, for $92
exactly.
from the BTS,
exactly.
I'm not dealing with this crap again.
Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Hey, continue.
Well, yeah, basically, you're not really going to get my money like that anymore. Although, I have my eye on that that RC though.
Which
I
one?
really like
Nicey.
the Takara. No, whoa man, if I could get that, yeah, but every time Joby the hung
Yeah,
that
that's
dude.
why that's why I mentioned him, because it made me think right about him. Nicey. Yeah, no, I'm good. I just want the Earthrise version of RC or the Studio Series one that's going to be based on the, the '86 cartoon.
I'll wait for that one before before I jump onto that the Takara Tomy one. Because
Mm-hmm.
I like the Takara Tomy. I want to take the chance, but it's like, dude, come on. Look what happened last time. Well, there's a third party and it wasn't official, but say what, because
Yeah,
I've heard a lot of people complain about the MP44 Prime.
yeah,
Got some QC issues on that, and I was like, man, I still wouldn't pay how much? $4.49 for that?
yeah. Yeah, that's ridiculous. When I
Yeah.
saw that, I was like, what? Like, what is the? Nah, and he's still got a big old backpack. Still, all the things people have complained about that are hardcore into, Masterpiece.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, stick with the MP10. That's still my favorite version next to the
Yeah.
Siege versions. Matter of fact, the NP10V, the one from Kubi and Bao, it's
Mhm.
probably the best bootleg I've ever seen in my life. Best bootleg I've ever bought in my life. Because
Oh, question I have to ask: how
uh-huh,
big is that?
he's
To,
Voy-
to
he's he's Voyager size, so he's like
Voyager.
the same. He's a little bit taller than Earthrise and Siege Prime.
Okay, I see, I see.
I think he's exactly the same height as the Studio Series Bumblebee Optimus Prime.
Because let me just add this in. I bought the Open and Play Galvatron.
Yeah,
It's real cheap, yeah, $35 on BTS.
yeah. I
Strident
want to get him. Is he good?
Yeah, he's good. He's good. For my standards, they could say what they want with the fan stories, and I think the DX9 or whatever. But I like this one.
Mm-hmm.
Although they complain that this is just a bigger version of the Hasbro one,
Mm-hmm.
and actually, when you really look at it, it is a bigger version of that.
Oh,
He's about 9 inches tall, so he towers over the rest of my collection with the Transformers, and I love him for that, right?
huh.
So here's the story. Got him for $35 plus shipping on BBTS, but I think he's sold out now, unfortunately. So I went to Amazon looking, just browsing around for MP stuff because you might get a good price. I saw
Uh-huh.
a Grimlock, a masterpiece Grimlock for $60.
Damn.
But yeah, I wasn't quick to snatch it because I didn't have the cash at the time and it went. So I was looking around and I saw the same Galvatron open and play. Somebody was selling it for $100 and I was like, I wish that you could actually
Like justify that.
message. Yeah, no, I wish you could actually message this and answer if they're out of the goddamn mind.
I was thinking about that with eBay because you know how you can leave reviews, but it'd be nice if you could just leave a message on the post and be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Yeah, exactly. Because Strydent for $35, if you could get it for $35, 35, 40, good enough. But not 100.
Yeah. That
It's cheap, light. So it's light. It feels like it made it out of a cheap plastic, but Strydent is durable. It feels like you could drop it and you wouldn't have to worry.
okay.
But not for 100.
Yeah, not $100. Yeah, I agree. That brings me to. I'm glad you brought up the price versus how the quality of the thing is, and then secondary prices versus like what the MSRP was, because that's my issue with the Lightning collection. That's been my I don't know, the path, my ordeal with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I just want the 5. I don't give a shit about Tommy. I've never been a Tommy fan. I always felt like, because like for me, all these kids grew up watching, they didn't grow up watching Tokusatsu. For them, this was the first team they ever saw.
Yeah,
But they're like what are they, like 28 in the history of Tokusatsu? I think they're 28 or 30 something. I can't remember.
Wow.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
But
from your video, I realized that they had more than this Mighty Morphin. I think they were called what, Zoo Ranger?
yeah, they're called
Right.
Zeo Ranger, yeah, in Japan. And it was more of
Okay.
like a fantasy focused, like going on mythic quest type situation in the Japanese version. So yeah, I had seen that before I saw Mighty Morphin. But when I finally did see Mighty Morphin, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, seeing the old stuff, kind of repackaged. And it was nice, and it was something my siblings weren't big on it. I would watch with my dad. I'd watch Ultraman, Godzilla, Kamen Rider, like the 60s Kamen Rider. I used to watch Abba Ranger and all these other old Jack. Those are the ones that were like playing card. The theme was playing card suites. And I dug it. It was fun. But finally we get the U.S. version, and I was like, okay, cool. I like these. And my little brother, got into it too. So it was something that we finally could enjoy together. They didn't like that the Japanese version was in Japanese, and they didn't want to they couldn't read the subtitles because they were much younger than me. And they didn't like that we had to explain what was happening or what they were talking about while watching. So we were able to like vibe on that once, Mighty Morphin came out. So when we were kids, we had the really goofy, pull down the front at the belt, and it opens up their chest, and then their head flips to the unmasked head and all that.
Hey, take that back. That was awesome. I wish I could get those back. I like the old stuff. Huh?
Yeah, I know. That's why I figured I'd let you know what we started with, because it was the old classic, like when you look at them by today's standards, straight up dollar store action figures, but for the time when we were in the game of letting your imagination fill in the blanks, it worked. It worked. It was nice. But I always wanted the movie versions of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers because I dug those costumes. I always felt like, to separate the U.S. version from the American version, the whole alien aspect needed to be more explored. I even really love the ones from a couple years back from the movie that was released, the retelling of their origins and all that, with Bryan Cranston and the dude from Stranger Things, Dacre Montgomery, I think his name is. I loved it. My younger son loved it too. The only reason why I went to go see it initially was because he wanted to see it, and I was like, all right, if we go, I'm gonna have to go with you. I'm not gonna let like someone's parents take you, some friend of yours, because some of his friends wanted to go see it too. But anyway, long story short, I've dug all the versions of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and I didn't have them for a long time. I only had the crappy ones from, the old ones that are crappy by today's standards, sculpt wise. The head sculpts were actually nice though. I'll give them that. What do you think of those? Do you still have any of those?
Man, only 3 pictures. That's why I always say, boy, I am so pissed with myself, with my 20-something-year-old self, early 19-year-old self, giving away my stuff and not taking care of them. But the sculpts for them at that time, I know I'll get a lot of heat for this, but it's rivaling what Hasbro doing for the ones now.
Yeah, the head sculpts were on point. I remember.
Zach,
yeah.
Talked about that in with my podcast with Grim. That Zach head sculpt, yuck. I don't look like Walter at all.
I ended up with both of them, the one with the armor and the one without. So he has the dreads, and then I have the flat top. It's all right, but it's not. It doesn't look like, it's not as good as some of the others. Like Trini is 100% Trini.
Yeah.
But
Trini, Jason.
Yeah, Billy. Billy looks on point.
Better. Kimberly look better. They just say Zach is the worst.
Yeah.
Because they get Tommy on point. I thought they would have shit the bed on Jason because they normally give him the rear end of the stick.
Yeah, I know, right?
Some justice here. That's good. Just Zach. Come on now.
But
he was my favorite Ranger.
Yeah, same here. He was the first one I got back in the day.
Dude, he was the only guy who break dancing and kicking these puppies. Like, dude, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I want to do karate.
Yep. You mean hip hop keto?
That was it.
Oh my god, yeah, I loved them, but my issue is this. So I have a love hate relationship with Hasbro when it comes to just about everything that they release, because once the second, it's not even their fault, but there are things they're doing that plays into it. Um, they're the secondary market prices for everything they do have kind of ruined collecting on the secondary market. You know, if you're not willing to just pay whatever anyone asks, it makes it really hard for you to find figures for reasonable prices because they move so far from the MSRP that it's not really worth, you're not getting your money's worth when you pay that secondary price. And I mean, like, even used, you know, out of the package, it's been used. They always say, oh, it's been displayed at a non-smoking home, and as soon as you open the package, fucking smoke is coming out, it stinks. It's like, come on, guys. Like, we know you guys smoke. Like, stop. But they know they can get away with it, you know? And essentially, that's the name of the game, and that's what we deal with. And I hate it because they're $20 figures at the end of the day. The materials used are $20 figure materials. It's basic ABS and PVC. It's nothing, you know, up there as far as cost. And we're also in the middle of a pandemic. You should be trying to give deals. You should be trying to give breaks where you can so that you can also, you know, make your money and have your business, you know, going. And, you know, you can help the economy of us, you know, collectors and figures circulating and all that. Instead,
I hear you.
it's the complete opposite.
It's the opposite because I don't know if you remember, it had a message I sent to you some time back when they were doing the HasLab Razor Crest.
Oh, yeah.
And the guy was trolling the other collectors that who couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
Calling them poor and stuff. And I was like, come on, bro.
Yeah. It's bull.
Really?
It's such bull. That's not what collecting is about, you know? I hate the fact that it's changed from like what it was when we were kids, and we could all, like, you know, like if you and I were in the same school and, you know, I have a Thundercats figure, you have a Thundercats figure, and it's playtime, you know, it's recess or something, and you see me out there playing, guess what? We're gonna be playing. We're probably gonna become best friends. That's all it took. And then
Because and sometimes, Strydent, I could tell you off of experience, you will have a 7-inch figure, the big Power Ranger. You remember those?
those are the first ones I got.
Right. With the little, when you press the button in the back, one might kick or something.
Or chop
like
or
that.
something, yeah.
Right. So you might have that, and I might have a 3 and 3/4 inch G.I. Joe. Time, bro.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
You don't discriminate, you know what I mean?
Exactly. You don't even have to think about it. It's just we got toys, they're related, and even if they weren't related, we'd figure out a way to put them together. Now it's like the adult mind, you know, it's the thing where you're, as a collector, as a big kid, it's the thing that you're kind of raging against, is that adult mindset, because that takes the fun out of it. Because adults supposedly shouldn't be playing with toys, but if you're a big kid, your mindset is supposed to be somewhere else. You know, you want to have fun. It doesn't matter if they're the same scale. It doesn't matter if it looks exactly like the actor, or if this actor that played the character passed away, so the figure needs to cost 10 times as much or some nonsense like that. Like, none of that matters when it comes to the figure. And I don't mean that it, you know, it doesn't matter that the person passed, but I mean, like, when you're a big kid, that's not the thing that's in the front of your mind, you know? And it's become this thing where any gimmick, anything they can use to separate themselves, you know, the haves from the have-nots, that's become the way it is. And that's not fun. It's just not fun, you know? And it's hard to vibe with people when that's the way that they've been trained to think in a lot of cases. I mean, I see it on a lot of groups, especially like when it's newer toy lines. Like, I see it on the Joy Toy groups. I see it like crazy on the Mezco groups. It's probably the worst offenders when it comes to this, next to like your Hasbro fanboys. But
when you mentioned Mezco there, and earlier you mentioned that when the actor passed away, prices were skyrocket. It happened with the Mezco Black Panther.
yeah, for a minute, and then they went back down.
Yeah.
I was like,
I
are you
remember
serious?
What? $55. It reached that low on Amazon, and then all of a sudden, when Chadwick passed, God rest his soul,
Yep.
it went up to $90 again. I was like, these people serious? It's a good thing I bought him, when he was cheap. I realized like the price kind of dropped back down to 70-ish around there. So I was like, okay, fine, whatever.
See,
Already have it.
I didn't. I was a doofus. I had the two Hasbro ones, and then I also had his dad, the T'Chaka version. So I didn't jump on it immediately. I've been looking at getting one now, but I just put it on my I had to do a list for Christmas, so I told my wife, I was like, yeah, that's something on my list. If not, then I'll look at it later, because there's a couple sellers on eBay that are still selling them for like 80, 70-ish. That's a figure I'll pay that for with no problem, because you're getting a lot, and it's the best head sculpt they've done of Chadwick Boseman, paint and everything.
Let me warn you, the stitching in the back, it will piss you off, because it pissed me off. The stitching in the back was not clean, and I think this just goes for Mezcua. Watching him right now, his head is a little big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does look kind of big. I've seen that on there.
His head is a little big, and the stitching, the big head, and the articulation, the articulation could have been a little better at the shoulders. He doesn't really have a butterfly joint.
Oh, he doesn't? Or was it stuck? Are you sure it wasn't stuck?
With mine, Strydent, I don't even want to try to say I could break that thing out.
Yeah, because on my the Dark Knight Returns Batman, the first Mezco 112 collective figure they did, for about the first couple months, I couldn't really do anything with his butter. I didn't even know he had a butterfly joint. And then like at some point I was playing with him, and then it's like it clicked and it continued going backwards, and I'm like, oh, is it broken? And then it popped, and it moved. So it's possible it could be frozen, because mine was for a while,
All right. But still do expect too much with the butterfly. But other than that, he looks awesome on the shelf, that is my only Black Panther figure, and that's the only one I'll need.
Yeah, I could see that. If you have him, you don't need the others. Yeah, I planned on, like, if I got him, I was planning on giving my youngest son, the Hasbro one. I wish they had done a Civil War Black Panther, because that's my favorite of the suits.
Yeah, boy. That helmet?
Yeah.
Oh, man. You see that in a dark alley, you'll be running.
It was dope, man. It was so good. His neck and everything he just looked so imposing. Whereas, like, the newer suit is so sleek and slim. But, yeah, man, like, all those weird secondary prices, it's gotten so out of hand. I mean, like, it's bad when Toy Galaxy is cursing out all of the companies.
He just went nuclear, like a nuclear meltdown, until I was like, what? And then I was dealing with A&D and 112 on the podcast, and I messaged those guys, and I said that was his best video.
I know, ever. Right? Yeah, because
it was honest.
Yeah, it was completely honest. There was no shilling. There was no like passive aggressive or neurotic, but safe, non-review type video that he always does. Usually when he reviews something, he's so safe with his words. You can tell he spent a lot of time trying to figure out what and how to say what he wants to say, so that he can remain as neutral as possible.
That script has a lot of scratches on it.
Yep. And this time, man, in that video, he didn't hold back. And I'm like, that's what we need. We need to be letting these corporations know, honestly, with no bullshit, like how we feel about the things that we're having to pay for, and how it affects us, and how the cost and what did you say, the paper to plastic ratio, like you were saying?
P to P ratio.
Yeah. Like that. We need to make it 100% that they understand that we're tired of paying. Well, some of us are tired of just paying for things that we're not getting. Like Hasbro hasn't improved very much. They improved visually, but like sculpt wise on many of these figures, or art, I should say engineering wise on many of the figures, they're still lacking. But you're still seeing the prices go up. Like, raise the prices when you start engineering the figures better, when you start using better materials. Don't raise the price and then still give us the same product, because then essentially we're paying more for less, and that's become the name of the game. And the secondary market just makes it even worse, because what Hasbro technically set out to do with the Lightning collection is kind of, it seems like they set out to bridge the gap between the import world and the domestic world when it comes to Super Sentai and Power Ranger toys. But then what ends up happening is now on the secondary, they both cost the same amount of money, which doesn't make sense because you're not getting the same amount of figure. So
Yep.
I don't know. It's frustrating. So like I had to wait. I found the Red Ranger and the Pink Ranger and the armored Black Ranger in the stores, so I paid regular price for those. Then I had to watch Big Bad Toy Store, Amazon, just anywhere I could look to find, Billy, Trini, and Zach, unarmored Zach, just regular Zach, for $20, because everywhere had them for 30, for 40, for 50, for whatever. And then
Okay.
I ended up going to Hasbro Pulse for Zach, the basic regular Zach. And there's a lot of things they did with that figure that make me kind of angry, because it's just it's the games that Hasbro plays that the quote unquote collectors today kind of fall in line with. And it's like, the first thing is that, number one, you could just take the armor off of the first release, but then he still has those gold bands on his biceps.
Weird. That's a weird thing.
Yeah, they could.
You
could just.
and I could already compute that if they should have like a 2-in-1 figure that you could put on the armor, because on the Marvel Legends, you don't stick the bands on their legs.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at. That's exactly what I was gonna get at. Like with Cyclops, with freaking Bishop, with Rogue, all those figures that should have had it sculpted, it was a separate piece. But then on the Power Ranger, they sculpted on to make you buy another figure. Then the you could create the Power Blaster. What? Huh?
Ingenious.
Yeah, I know, it's evil genius type shit. It's evil genius marketing, because it works. And it sucks because, like, as I was going through the process of getting the two, because I didn't think they were gonna do another Zach. I just figured they were gonna say, that's it, just take the armor off. I mean, it's literally a complete figure. He has the unmasked head, he has his secondary weapon, he has his blaster, extra hands. It's like, just take the armor off. So that's what I did for a while. And then I see, oh shit, they released regular Zach. So I'm like, okay, this one's probably gonna go in the bin, because I don't really, or I'm gonna give him to my son or something, because I don't really need the armor I don't like Tommy, so I don't give a shit about the dragon armor. And he only wore it in like, what, 1 or 2 episodes for like, what, 5 minutes out of each episode? And they made a whole figure about that. It's like, and then so I got the figure, I got the regular one today, actually. Was it today or yesterday? And he comes with the axe fully transformed, so you can make the Power Blaster. So like before, you could hook, there was a little notch that you attach the bow, the beta bow, I think is what it's called, or dino bow, or whatever, Kimberly's bow.
Yeah.
You attach it to this little notch, and it holds in there perfectly, and when you have it all together, it looks like the TV show. I had forgotten that a part that's up by the blades is supposed to slide down near the barrel of the gun part, the bottom of the axe. So when you get the version that's not wearing armor, the standard, Black Ranger, the axe is transformed for that particular thing. I'm like, you guys, man.
Yeah.
It's so underhanded. Oh, and then on top of it, they added the corny dagger mode for the for the blade blaster.
Yeah.
And I was like, so he's the only of the 5 that comes with the dagger mode. Wow. So there's going to be some other release of these figures that will come with the daggers, because those OCD, completists are going to find those figures, or they're going to buy him 5 times and return him. That's another issue I've been seeing with Hasbro figures, because nobody looks. The companies like the people working at Target or wherever don't look at what's being returned. I had to buy 2 cables because of this. I bought cable, and then he looked weird, and I couldn't remember what he was supposed to come with. So I bought the figure, got home. Then I looked him up online. Man, he was missing the jacket that's around his neck. He's missing his belt with the holster and the teddy bear on it. I was like, are you kidding me? And it was just, man.
That sounds like somebody from Toy Photography took those props.
For sure.
Prop stealer.
For sure. Or a quote unquote customizer. And all this shit, it's just like the so-called community shits on its own so much that it's just like, how can you even use the word community when this is the kind of stuff that you guys do to each other? Like, it's not cool, man. The community is supposed to help itself. We help each other. We're not supposed to take advantage of each other. And here you go. You got, Facebook pages and Instagram pages dedicated to swapping the fig. And it's like, grow up, stop shitting on your fellow collectors, make it better for us.
Exactly.
But
you know what? You don't need, I'll always say, me, a Indian one to always say, you don't need 20-foot soldiers, to show off and say, oh, I got a whole army. I need army builders. Like,
yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, 4.
Four, yeah, please.
4, 6 at the most, maybe 8, maybe, but 20, and then they brag about it, and they're like, bro, that's awesome, bro, like, ugh.
But, concerning me with Power Rangers, I like to cherry pick my favorite ranger out of each team, and yeah, Zach, of course, Adam, Jack. So I have a long wait to really get my Power Rangers team all together, because the way how they're releasing them, they're not releasing like a whole team.
Exactly.
Part of this one here, so you have to wait. So I'll have to wait.
Yeah. Well, at least they released Jack. I actually just got him today. He's on the way.
Okay.
I found him for less than 20. I think I found him for 15 on eBay for free shipping. So I was like, yeah, I'm jumping on that. But Zach he's out. 2 versions of Zach. I'm pretty sure you'll start seeing the armored Zach pop up for real cheap, because everybody's gonna be trying to sell him on the secondary.
Sure, that's okay. I'll wait. I just need a version of him.
Yeah.
I don't need, I need this version, or I need to buy 2. I'm not like that, because the way how I think about it, that money that I'll buy that second Zach with, that could go into
another figure.
Yeah, and my list is long. My list is long.
I hear you.
Something I wanted to touch on what you mentioned earlier with the corporations, and I think that was a perfect time to segue into NECA. And if you do what Michael did the other day with the you could do a own love letter.
Oh my god. I thanked him for that video, because I was like, dude, I've been saying this stuff forever, so it's nice to hear him say it in a less rage-filled way, because for me, like, I feel like sometimes I feel like I'm...
You just go like full Hulk 100. I just grab my popcorn and just watch my computer monitor screen. I was like, yep.
Because I can't. I'm telling you, the passion is so strong. Because this is my happy place. Like, my family is my happy place too. But one of the things I do with my family is, like, all of us like action figures. We like toys. My wife will text me from the store, like, what do you think of this? And she'll show me some random something, or this is cool. Do we have this? Or does Nico, my son, does he have this? Or should we get this? And then when we get it, we'll sit together and we'll all, like, look at what it can do. And, like, she always likes on, like, the Super Robot Chokogen figures, how they have different little slots and spring-loaded areas so that you can, like, fold the arms or bend the knee, or, like, little things, and you hide the skull. It hides things, so it looks flush. Everything looks so clean, and she always, like, sits there and, like, focuses on that stuff for a while, like, damn, they actually thought about this at that scale. So, like, we have this appreciation for these things, so it's fun for me. It's not, I don't have that issue that you see permeating all the fan pages, where oh, my wife says I gotta sell all my toys. Like, you know what I mean? She don't like my collection, so I gotta hide it. Or my wife will kill me. She'll kill me if she sees I bought this. And you're spending $500 or $1,000 on fucking Unicron when you could buy like,
Well,
you know.
well, I think she should do that. She should kill you for
Yeah,
spending all that
if I did that, she'd punch me in the dick while I'm sleeping. Like, she'd definitely catch me, choke me,
Yeah,
punch me in the dick while I'm sleeping because that's stupid. That's two mortgage payments, and I'm spending it on a figure that's gonna stand somewhere. It can't even hold
yeah.
itself up. Like,
And that's what I'm saying, right? Please, collectors out there, if you're listening, please use your head. You need to eat. You need clothes on your back. You need to pay your bills.
mm-hmm.
So don't go about spending your. You know what? I shouldn't even be saying this. You grown ass men,
That's,
women, are spending all this shit on their damn.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I get frustrated because I'm like, why is there so few people who like advocate for collecting responsibly? You know, like we have to do everything else responsibly. Why is it that we have to even like someone? Remember the guy bragging about snatching a figure out of a kid's hand? He said he had a picture. I think I sent it to you too. I may have not, maybe. But there was someone posted a picture of Megatron smirking, and he said me as I snatched the last figure out of some random kid's hands at some store. And I'm like, you're a grown ass man, homie. Like that's just lame. Even if it's a joke, it's still lame that you thought it. It's just lame. I'm like, what about the kid? Like everybody had their first toy. What happens if that was the kid's first? Like
Exactly.
he
That's
bought with his own
awful.
money. It's fucked up that's how they think.
But
Yeah.
but
I couldn't believe it, man. I felt like, you know, when you see kids do something stupid, you know, like I remember when I was a kid, if I did something stupid, there were parents on the block that, you know, would catch you and like slap your
Yep.
behind on the way to take you home to get your ass whooped by your parents, you know? And like I feel like that with some of these folks and I'm like I shouldn't even have to be parenting some of you lame ass wannabe like, you know, kingpin ass collectors where you're like lauding over your collection and bragging about all the shit you bought. It's not like you made it yourself. It's not like you didn't do anything that anyone else can't do. You just bought more because you had the opportunity to and someone else didn't. You don't need to brag about that. It's just, you know,
Yeah.
it's difference in circumstance.
And then straight in the other collector's face. And then I realized too, a lot of people after watching reviews and podcasts and stuff. Okay, like suppose you got a exclusive, all good for you,
Mm-hmm.
but the next person didn't get it. So you shouldn't be angry if a figure similar to what you got as the exclusive, they have it in mass retail. I see
Yeah.
no problem with that.
Yeah.
Let everybody get a chance to get a figure, and I hate exclusives.
I do too. I used to
I
not
don't
really
even live
care,
in the US,
but
and I
now I
hate
hate
it.
them. I'm with you.
Yeah, and I mean, what causing, and you know, I spoke about this with other collectors. What causing is you see this the same thing Michael said with that video where he did. You see the exclusivity that needs
Mm-hmm.
to be that needs to stop. You should be able to go to any store, any online retailer, and get the figure that you want.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We didn't have this problem back in the day when GI Joes was $2.95. You go to
Exactly.
the store and the pegs were laden
Mm-hmm.
with these figures, and you had a headache as a kid trying to
Trying
figure
to
out, okay,
decide
I
which
can only
one.
afford one exactly. I can only afford one this month, right?
Yep.
So, and you know, I could tell you a story with me. My aunt would be saying, "Hurry up, we had to go." I was like,
Uh-huh.
please, please, I need a roadblock or Duke. Which one? Which one? And she's
Yep.
like, close your eyes and just pick any, mini, miny, mo.
Exactly. Oh my god, I remember those days, man. Like I think a lot of people didn't have that. I mean, it seems like they just were always able to get what they wanted. And it's just a continuation of this. They've been fortunate, very fortunate, and don't recognize this. So, you know, I mean, it's unfortunate because those are the ones that are kind of driving the hobby. And it's just not, I don't know, it kind of gives us a bad name. It's a bad look for a lot of us. That greedy, you know, the
Yep.
redheaded stepchild that, or the I shouldn't say redheaded stepchild, but the stepchild or the kid with the divorced parents who both sides just give him shit because they don't have the time to hang out with him, and so they brag about all the shit they had. I went to school with those kids, you know.
Yeah, me
Fortunate,
too.
I was.
I had a few of them that they got all the cool GI Joes because Strydent back in the 90s when I used to go to school,
Mm-hmm.
like elementary for you guys, but it was primary school because we on the whole English
Yeah, the English
platform.
system. Yep.
Yeah, the English system. They will get the new figures and it's like you're showing it off, but you don't want us to play with it. So why you
Exactly.
put it up to show it off?
Exactly.
And I mean,
Exactly.
the type of kids we were, we used to take care of our shit.
Yeah.
Right? We used to take care of it. So we wouldn't just go and play it. You know, you're taking it because it was the O-ring. You wouldn't spin it around and try to burst the O-ring. You know, you want to look at it, bend it, articulation, pretend you're shooting because, you know, all these accessories and things. And they will have it as I could see it. No, I don't. I was like, dude, come on.
Yep.
So what you bring it for? You want to use mine, but I can't use yours because you just got yours. It was the newest one. Like, yeah,
Exactly.
come on. Nonsense.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah,
I think we have to deal with it. And you rightfully said today, like we have to deal with it too, but in a different form.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. Well, okay, let's talk. I don't want to, because I
All
don't
right.
want it to be too, because I know I get into this because it seems like at this stage in my journey as a collector, as they say, or my journey as a YouTuber or whatever, I'm
Yeah.
noticing these things and they really fucking burn my soul, like down to my spirit. I'm like, what is wrong? What the serious fuck is wrong with some of these folks? So I don't want to focus too much on that to make this,
Right.
you
Right.
know,
All right.
the
We
parental
we could
episode.
yeah we could we could talk about like collection scaling.
Sure, sure.
Like it's okay to have a 7 inch figure amongst a 6 inch or a 12 inch amongst a 6 inch
I say
because you
fuck
know
it.
they have a lot of collectors out there. They only want 6 inch.
Yeah,
Anything different
yeah, it's a
is like the
problem.
black plague.
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah.
problem. Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, everybody's collection is going to be different because of a lot of
Yeah.
factors. You know, there's availability of the figures themselves, there's price, there's space, there's, you know, what you think, you know, your personal preference, essentially, what you think looks good. Because there's a lot of people who have terrible taste, but in the end, it works for them, you know, so they'll. It doesn't matter what it is, you know. They can mix and match them. I think honestly, if it works for what you're, you know, what you feel is right, then hey, go for it. But I will say that where I think a lot of collectors are wrong, and this is for like your 6 inch scale collectors, is
Mhm.
they think that every figure has to be 6 to 6.5 inches, and if it's outside of that scale, it's wrong. And so, as close as you can keep everything to 6 inches is perfect for them because they usually only collect Marvel Legends. Well, you're wrong.
Yep.
You should be comparing them to what the characters look like wherever they come from. If you like Marvel, but your favorite iterations of those characters come from Marvel versus Capcom or the old X-Men games or like Marvel superheroes, that sort of thing. Capcom went further with their scaling because they exaggerated characters to make them look more imposing. Like my Juggernaut is forever the Marvel Select one. I don't care if the same guy
Yeah.
sculpted the Build-A-Figure for Marvel Legends. It still don't really hold a candle to that other one because it looks
And
like the
like
Marvel Legends version of it. It's
yeah,
simplified.
and it's so strange to say that it wouldn't fit in the scale. I mean, even when you watch the comics,
Yeah,
they drew Juggernaut different sizes
yeah,
compared to the X-Men,
yeah,
right?
yep,
So why is telling people, oh, I don't think that Juggernaut will work because it's too big? Hell with that. Come on.
yeah. Like
I
comics,
don't agree with that.
yeah, I don't either because comics, that's another thing. What if there's an artist whose style you dig more than whatever the common style that's being, you know, presented? You're going to
Yeah.
wait for that style. You know, for me, I love Jim Lee, and I've been saying it for years. And I love Joe Mad. I love how he drew the X-Men. And I love Bendis and the teams that imitated Bendis' style for Marvel superheroes and for X-Men and all that stuff. So like any combination of those things fits in my collection perfectly. I don't care if Marvel Select makes them and I don't care if it's Marvel Legends. I'm not necessarily going to be like, I can't get it because it's one or the other. No, if it looks right, it works. And a lot of times, the villains are bigger than the heroes. So I
Yep.
find myself having no issues having like my Marvel Legends Wolverine fighting the Marvel Select Sabretooth. That Sabretooth is amazing. And he's the right scale. He's pretty damn posable. I mean, he's not as posable as Wolverine, but let's be real. They
Yeah.
don't usually draw Sabretooth in as agile positions as Wolverine because he's
Yeah.
bigger. So, I don't have a problem with that. Or like my Colossus. I've had the Marvel Select Colossus as my Colossus for years. I still don't think the Marvel Legends one is better. People keep repainting him and making the Marvel Legends one shinier and everything, and I'm like,
No, no,
just buy
that
the
is a,
Select.
yeah, that is it. Just by the select, and that is the thing. I told myself that I said, boy, you bounce your head with that one because I was a little too quick on the draw. I saw it in a convention, the Marvel Legends, and I needed a Colossus for that, and I bought that.
Mm-hmm.
And then afterwards, I was like, but you really wanted this select, so why did you buy this? I was like, and I just slapped my, I just slapped my forehead. I was like, well, fine, I'll just deal with him.
Yeah, I mean, and
I,
and and
I will
don't
get the selector because I find that is the better one
which
compared.
the you said the Select. Which one?
No, I find the select is the better of the two with the
Yeah,
Marvel Legends one. I prefer that one, but it's just I jumped the gun and bought the Legends
yeah,
first.
yeah. I mean, and in
Like,
the
well,
end, if you do that, it's there's nothing wrong with it. But I'm saying like if you're sitting there saying objectively like who fits the size and who does this and which one, ultimately what you can afford and what you can find are the main things that everybody's going to work with. But like if we're sitting there looking at the size of a character and we're trying to say one is better than the other because it fits the size, it all boils down to what rendition of that character you're trying to have in your collection. What are you trying to have
exactly.
your collection look like? And that's never what these guys talk about. They just talk like there's one version across all media that has ever been shown of these characters, and it sounds stupid. I've heard people say that the Cyclops, his blue and his orange, blue and yellow is wrong on one of them. I'm like, for what? Like, which
Exactly.
version are you talking about?
Exactly.
Animation usually colors him differently than comics. Comics, it will vary from team to team, creative team to team, era to era. Like, how can you say one is 100%, better than the other when the aesthetics that you're talking about vary so much from artist to artist? That's one of the
Mm-hmm.
things I miss about DC Direct back in the day. They used to do those artist focused series, where they would do like the John, not John Byrne. They did a Ed McGuinness style Justice League. They did a Alex Ross style Justice
Right,
League.
right, right.
They would
Yes, I
always
know what
do
you're talking about. Oh, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
they'd always do
I've seen.
different ones. They did like Jim Aparo style Batman figures and like all kinds of stuff so that whatever era you're into, you could get the characters you like how they looked in that time. Nowadays, I mean, I don't know, DC Collectibles is pretty much defunct, so like you're not going to get that. McFarlane only makes Batman figures pretty much, so
Yep.
or Batman related figures, so you really aren't going to get that there, at least
Like,
not
no,
anytime
actually.
soon. Um, it's
So
it's
you saw the latest Batman Beyond from him?
Yeah, I mean it looks good, but he's gonna be ginormous in my universe if I have Terry. I don't even care honestly, but he'll. I've seen their figures compared to like all the other lines before them. His figures are ginormous, like compared to
Yeah, they
everybody
picked.
else.
Yeah.
Um, but I,
They
I
have
would,
a couple of them and one from him though.
yeah, yeah,
I don't mind them being ginormous. I just want to fill my stuff in,
yeah, yeah.
you
I
know?
don't even mind. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even mind, but I just know he'll be towering over everyone
Yeah.
because the Joker he towers over my DC Direct Batman figures, and they were huge.
Wow. Yeah, they
So
were big. Yeah.
yeah, it's one of those
Yeah.
things. So, but I mean, honestly, I don't care. I would have him. It's a whole different whatever. He could be a bigger dude. It doesn't. There's so many ways it could work. Um, at that point, Batman's hunching over because he's old. So like, there's so many ways you could make it work. It's not like
Yeah.
it kills it for
But
me.
but as you rightfully said before, it just depends on what you like and what you want to fill into your collection.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I've seen some of his stuff and believe me, I'll be cherry picking the hell out of his stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
If I didn't have, I don't have most of the DCUCs, but I cherry picked all the ones I wanted, with like a very few exceptions. You know, there's a few that I missed out on due to like distribution stuff. But if I hadn't collected those figures, I would definitely be jumping on some of the McFarlane figures. But like, I'm tired of Batman now, and like I think that because now DC is owned, or Batman is owned by AT&T, they're trying to get all the money they can out of him, and for
Right.
DC that means licensing the shit out of him and everything related to him, and that's how they're gonna. I think that's how they're gonna save themselves, is just sell Batman till he doesn't sell, you know. And I don't think he's not gonna sell because we have a generation full of tryhards that think that Batman is the greatest hero ever,
Yeah.
without looking at, they don't explore any of the other heroes, they just take
Nope.
what's being, given. And so Batman is getting the biggest push, even though he already is one of the most recognizable, if not the most recognizable character in the DC stable. He doesn't need the push. There's other characters like Blue Beetle that could get a push. Green Arrow could get a push, like for real Green Arrow, not the Batman light that we were getting on the CW. Like,
Oh, you steal the city.
like, I mean,
Yeah.
it was too much. It was like you couldn't get Batman's license, so you turned Green Arrow into Batman. Like, this is terrible.
Exactly.
Um,
Because I was like, when my friends were telling me about that series, I was like, but isn't that a Batman villain? Why is he fighting him in? And it's just to make it more interesting, as you rightfully said, because they
yeah,
didn't get Batman at the time. So,
yep.
well, you guys do you do.
I know it's frustrating because it's like, man, if only they had done, any of the other. They could have done a vigilante series. They could have done like all these other characters that people don't really know about, and it would have
And
helped give.
while you mentioned that they could have done this dude, and have it like this kind of noir mystery, something like CSI, The Question.
Yeah, the question. They could have done a question
Like
series. You're
real
right.
detective would kind of dude, with the
Yeah,
badass fight mixing between the Huntress, if they want to follow with what they did with the Justice League cartoon, let her be in it,
yeah,
They could try that.
that'd be dope. Yeah, it would be dope. I would have loved it. And then pass it on to, if they're trying to get woke, how he passed his mantle on to Montoya. There you go.
Hmm.
Now you got a
Yeah,
female, question who also can
yeah,
fight, ex cop. It all writes
yeah,
itself, and they didn't do that.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, man, I would be into the McFarlane stuff more if, number one, if he spreads out. Like right now, I'm waiting on him to do a Doctor Fate because I can't bring myself to spend that one whatever it's gonna be to get the Mezco version, and I want it.
Yeah.
It looks great. I was amazed when I saw it, but when I saw what the price is, just because it's got a light up feature, I'm like, look, I'm pushing 50, and you think fucking LEDs in an action figure is gonna wow me? Like, I could do that myself. LEDs are cheap. You really trying to say that's what's pushing this price to be $20 more than your average?
To be honest, pretty much,
It's annoying.
pretty much.
It's
Yeah,
annoying.
and as you said before with the, oh my, here we go again. You know what? Next time I had to take notes.
It's okay.
But go ahead. I remember. But yeah, with that thing, you remember we spoke about this before we even started the podcast with that Ghost Rider for 240.
Yeah, I couldn't
Yeah,
believe it. Couldn't believe it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. Like, that's robbery, man. Because it has lights and sounds. I'm like, get out. These are adult collectors, and that's what you try. That's the same shit they would put on a child's toy to get your attention
exactly.
at the dollar
No,
store.
wait. No, Strydent, please tell the lovely people outside there how much the Judge Dredd with the bike was going for back in the day.
Oh yeah, it was like
Let's
120
compare.
or 140, something like that. Yeah,
What it was doing the same thing, right?
same
Basically.
things. Yep.
Well, all right, folks, you heard it.
I know.
Use your head.
Someone's gonna come up with all kinds of weird excuses and stuff, and it's fine. You're always there, we know. But I mean, it's the truth. It's between 120 and 140. I can't remember. I remember ODC bought it, and he told me about it. And I was like, that's a decent price. I mean, it was less than what you would pay for two Mezco figures, which makes sense because the bike is not a figure not a full on figure. It's kind of almost there, but it's not. It doesn't transform. It's literally just two wheels and a body for you to sit him on. That's it. So you shouldn't be paying some extra premium for the bike. The bike can be a little extra, but it shouldn't be the cost of another figure. This is twice, what, 3 times, 2 times the price of a. Yeah, no, it's even more than that. It's 4 times the price of what is $240?
It's 240. Yeah.
That's twice.
Yeah, it's twice the price. Yeah, twice.
Or I'm sorry, I keep saying twice. That's 4 times. It's 80.
How much was it?
It's 80 and 80. That'd be or 3 times the price. 80, 80, and 80 because of lights and sounds.
So wait, it was 80 for the
figures.
bike?
The figures by themselves are $80, right?
Right. But I'm talking about the Judge Dredd bike.
No, that was 120 or 140, something like that. But the Ghost Rider figure is $240 after everything is all said and done. It's probably gonna be $3 once shipping and tax is all put into it. But technically, yeah, that's like you paying $6. That's if you bought the Mezco figure. That's 4 Mezco $60 Mezco figures.
Yeah, that's 4 Mezcos. And even if you bought the bike, that is twice the amount that you paid for the bike. If you bought the Judge Dredd bike.
Yeah.
So,
that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like it's robbery, and it was funny because when it first popped up, you had like I read and I do this to myself, and I don't know why I do it, but all the comments were like at the top were like getting it, and then they were like, that's robbery. I'm not getting this shit. Like, you got to stop. This is too much. And then it started to finally like turn into like real people who are affected by a fucking pandemic are actually saying something. And I'm like, okay, I hope this continues. And then, you know, of course, the next time they posted more pictures of it, it was just getting it, copping that, cop that, got it. And I'm like, yeah, you guys, man, this is why we get this, because no one tells the companies that, you know, this isn't cool. They're all like, yep, gotta get it, copping it.
You know, I always have to go back to, oh my gosh, Michael did such a good job with that necker. You remember that apartment with the lady? She said, we all need a good spanking. Yes, spank me. Yeah, when I saw that, I almost bust my gut.
Yeah.
I was like, that is how it is.
Yeah. It is. It's weird, but it that's legit how it is. And it's jacked up that that's the way it works. But let's talk about artists, man. You were talking about comics and cards, and yeah, let's talk about artists, because that's another one of my happy places. So let's do that.
All right, let's see how I'm gonna do this. All right, doing this random. This is not by place who I think better than the other person. I just calling out names.
Cool. Yeah,
right.
Let's go.
So,
who was your favorite? One of your favorites, like just in general, like your go-to, like if you just were looking for a comic and you saw it on the shelf.
Dave Finch.
Yeah, Finch is dope. Finch is dope. Wasn't he doing? He did an Image book back in the day. Did he do Backlash or Blacklash or whatever the guy's name is with the whip, the purple whip, energy whip, and the black and white suit?
No. To be quite frank with you, boy Strydent, you know how I fell in love with Dave Finch, boy? I wanted to change my art technique.
What?
Right? I just wanted to try something different now. You know, just to see how other shading. You know, shading was always a problem for me. You know, to make sure I get the lights so it look more realistic.
Yeah.
And then I saw Dave Finch was doing, I think it's No Man, the series where they give you tutorials on how to do.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right, and that was the first time I saw him draw. Right, I was like, dude, I like how this guy draw. Right, and then my girlfriend at the time, she bought me some comic books. I think it was Ultimate X-Men. Yes, he did a run.
Oh, so you got into him afterwards. Okay.
Afterwards, yeah. And I was like, dude, this guy draws so well. And I got some of his No Man tutorials, and from there I start practicing. You're taking a little not copying his whole art style fully.
Yeah.
Little.
Yeah. That's how I learned. To be honest, that's how I learned how to draw. I just looked at how other artists did things, and then I took, something from this person and something from that
Sure, that hold
person.
for a sec, right? Hold for a sec, please.
Uh-huh.
You ready recording?
Yeah, yeah.
Ready for it? All right, great. So Dave Finch is one for me. What about you? So we'll go. I'll do one. You do one.
Let's see. So Dave Finch. I remembered him from, what was that thing with the angels? There was a book he did for he did Cyberforce.
Lucien and Andromeda. Ascension.
Yeah, Ascension. He did that.
That was my two books too.
That was pretty dope. I remember his art from that. And he did something before. I think he did Prophet before that for Image. And I remember being like, this is way better than Liefeld's work. Like, this dude is awesome. And yeah, so yeah, Finch was dope. He's always been dope. I really I think he did Moon Knight when they did the real violent Moon Knight series, and that was dope. No, my go-tos were like, I used to love the Kubert brothers and their dad. I read Batman versus Predator all the time because it's just a fun read. But one of my favorite like old school artists that like kind of just out of nowhere just blew me away was Mark Texeira. Do you remember him?
Yes, I remember him. I remember he did a Cable run, right?
Yeah, he did Cable. He did Maverick. There's these backup Maverick stories in the back of Wolverine books. And he did Ghost Rider. That's 90s Dan Ketch Ghost Rider. That was some of the best.
I had probably a couple of comic books from him with Ghost Rider. Yep.
Yeah, he was some of the best Ghost Rider art, period. And his style was just so like kinetic and just like, it wasn't traditional with, tight pencils and stuff. It was more like painterly almost, spatters all over the place of ink, and like it just looked like everything looked painted quickly, but it didn't look sloppy. And he drew the meanest Ghost Rider, man. His skull had the eye sockets were like frowning, and he had like the fangs instead of like regular, canines and stuff. He just, man, I loved his artwork. You could feel like the intensity when people are fighting and they hit. You could feel the impact and like the power behind things with the way he drew action. And yeah, man, I loved his artwork. And
but just to go back for a sec with Dave Finch, what I liked about him is how he used to detail his work.
Yeah.
Like, I used to see how the individual muscles, like, used to shade each one.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, you have a lot of time on your hands, bro, but it looked great.
He's like a guru of cross hatching, though. Like, that's his thing. Like, he cross hatches so well to the point where you can, like, it creates volume and shape. You feel all of it. You can tell, like, you can feel the depth of a muscle and like the oh my god, the volume, I guess.
The volume, you're right.
Yeah, it's crazy. I love it. I mean, he's big on heavy contrast, and I'm not always in that. Like, I like it for certain stories. Like, for X-Men, I never feel like it needs to have that much shadow unless it's a story that deals with like the Phalanx or the Brood, or you know what I mean, like the creepier X-Men villains, But overall, his style's dope. Like, his style's perfect for Batman. It's perfect.
You could imagine he doing a Squirrel Girl with that kind of detail.
Oh my god, that'd be the most like hardcore Squirrel Girl episode ever. Yeah, his work is dope. I would have loved to have him do like Punisher, and I don't know, he may have done a Punisher run. I've seen him draw the Punisher, but I don't know if he did comics specifically, for the Punisher. But
he does a live stream on YouTube every now and then. I think it's every week he has one. So I follow him whenever I get a chance.
Yeah, I need to do that. I'm pretty sure I have him in my feed on YouTube. There's a bunch of artists that I had and I didn't realize. This was before I realized about the tap the bell icon after you've subscribed, or else we're not going to tell you that they uploaded shit. And it's like, come on, guys. But yeah, he's dope. Who else?
Mark. All right, so it's Mark Texeira. Yeah.
Yep.
I like it too. All right. Anything more you want to add to him before we move on with Mark?
His stuff was dope, man. He drew really cool dudes, and his women were really cool too. He drew like a variety of just super hot women, And that's something that at the time, a lot of comic book artists had this one semi Jim Lee, like they wanted the Jim Lee look but didn't understand how to get it. So like the women would be like super long and weird. He would give you the same Jim Lee-ish, like the things that make a Jim Lee woman look good. He would do the same things, but then he would also tweak it farther. So like long legs, he would always draw long legs, but then he would draw different shaped, torsos. So some would have a long torso, some would have shorter torsos and more hips, and like it felt like Homeboy understood how to translate all the figure drawing stuff that we have to learn. When you go to school, he would translate it into comics, and it would look so clean. And I shouldn't even say clean, it would just look so nice once he did it, once he put his little spin on it. So yeah, Homeboy, he was one of my favorites. I'm still buying stuff he did. There was a collection of Ghost Rider. I have half of it now. It's 2 big volumes. In the 90s, it was sold in 1 volume called Ghost Rider Resurrected, and it was issues 1 through like, I don't know, 80 or 100 or something like that, whatever the milestone was at the time. And it was all collected. Now they stopped printing it it was a hardcover, thick collection, and now they cut it into 2 so they could make, more money off of you. And I only have been able to get the first half. I had to have the comic book store around me order it, and I love it. I got it a few years back, and I'm still trying to find the second one, and I can't find that thing anywhere. So, yeah, still working on him.
All right. My next pick will be, I like this guy, but after a while I found out that, and it's not like, all artists have a style, so you'll expect their woman to look a certain way and the men to look a certain way. That's how you are able to identify the artist.
Exactly.
Just by their style.
Uh-huh.
But this guy, after a while, I was like, he kind of draws the same all the time and nothing too spectacular, but he was great and I respect him for it. The late Michael Turner.
Oh, yeah, Michael Turner was awesome. He was awesome, man. Yeah, he did have a very distinct, like, one size fits all. This is his pretty dude, this is his pretty girl, this is his gruff man, and this is the not so pretty girl. Like, you knew what was what. Yeah I met him 2 years before he passed at Wizard World Chicago. I think it was I'm pretty sure it was Wizard World Chicago. He's really cool. And this was before, what year was that? What year did he pass? I need to look that up. I'm pretty sure it was 2 years before he passed, because the conventions weren't hardcore like they are now. Like, I was able to walk up and shake his hand and talk to him, and like, we didn't have like insane lines like it is now.
Yeah. What about you?
I dug his work. I have some of his Witchblade collected editions.
Yeah,
and,
that's how I got introduced to him. A friend of mine back in school days, we were huge on comic books and X-Men cards at the time, so action figures took a back door for me.
Mm-hmm.
It was on the back burner. And he bought this Witchblade comic, and I was more of a Marvel guy.
Yep.
Give me X-Men. But when I see Witchblade, I was like, Witchblade? I know about Spawn, right?
Yeah.
But I said, what was this about? And when I opened that comic book, I was like, damn, that's how he draw his woman. Damn, I was like in his book. This was the adolescent days, and stuff. So, the girls look good at it. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
What's his name? Mike. So, okay, I dig that guy.
Yep.
But after a while, you realize,
Yeah.
not as bad as Drop Life, but you realize,
yeah,
it's distinct way he draws stuff.
It's funny, like, people don't give Liefeld enough props where he needs it, like where he deserves it. Like, if you think back to when he really blew up, even though when we look back at his artwork now, there are things that he definitely shied away from drawing, and things that he you know what I mean? Things that he did that were obvious. Everybody was doing those things. Like, Jim Lee was doing that shit. Like, I mean, Jim Lee draws better, but
you admitted it.
Yeah, but people
feel it to draw the leg.
Yeah.
Put some smoke, rock
put smoke and then give you the idea that the leg is continuing. Yeah, he did that in the weird, like, triangular or rhombus shaped feet that he would do when he just wouldn't draw the detail of it. like Jim Lee did it. McFarlane used to do it. McFarlane's were even worse in some ways because he'd draw blobs, and the blobs would just go off into something else, you know, and then be shadows all over the place if he could help it. And McFarlane's anatomy back in the day was really bad. Like up to it worked for Spider-Man because it would allow him to like twist him up more than anybody else would twist him up. So it looked good for Spidey because it's like you imagine he'd be super limber because super agility is one of his powers, you know. I remember there was a McFarlane did. It was one of the ones where they killed Spider-Man, but he didn't stay dead. It was him and X-Force fighting Juggernaut, and Juggernaut like knocked the building over on them, and the whole book. I mean, Shatterstar stabbed Juggernaut in the eye. Is all kinds of craziness going on in this book because you know McFarlane would try to push things as much as he could, and it was just nice to see. Like there was a scene where like Juggernaut pulled a piece of a wall, and then like it shattered in his hands, and then he threw the rubble at Spider-Man, and Spider-Man like spread out in this weird bow-legged kind of way so he could avoid all of the rubble, and it looked so good because it was Spider-Man, but like the drawing itself, looking at the way the bones are working and stuff and the muscles, you're like, yeah, they don't really work like that, homie. But
that's the next thing with McFarlane, so I like to add. He had a way when Spider-Man swinging, and you remember he had a series with Stan Lee, Jim Lee, and Rob Liefeld where they were speaking with Stan Lee before they draw. Yeah, and I used to kill that thing, and he said that the way how he would draw the joints in this kind of decrepit, kind of old way, Spider-Man, right? And he would actually like intertwine the web all around Spider-Man while he's swinging. I would be watching this in the comic book, and I'd be like, so Spider-Man knows how to get out of this, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
He would put the web all around him, twisting and turning. You know, he would give the web like a life of its own.
Exactly.
I'd like that about him.
And it's something that everybody else after him started to adapt. Almost all Spider-Man artists from since McFarlane. It's funny, we didn't even like formally introduce that McFarlane was one of the guys that we loved, but he's one of them. I guess we should say that too. But when he started doing that and it caught on, everybody does it. Even now they do it with Miles. They do it with. It's not even like a Peter Parker specific thing. It's a Spider-Man specific thing. And it's like if you're not doing that, something's wrong. The web's got to be twirling around each other and untwirling, and just it's got to be stuff going on with the webs themselves. I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah.
But
all right.
I want to jump back. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. This other guy, I haven't started hitting my hardcore dudes yet, but I respect this guy, Arthur Adams.
Oh yeah, Arthur Adams, man. I was about to send you. He posted the Christmas special, Marvel Christmas special from I think it was '93. And it had I had this book, and one of my teachers took it when I was in middle school. I think it was middle school or the beginning of high school. She took it, and I never got it back. And I always remember the book, but I couldn't remember what year it was. And I saw that cover. I'm like, I'm about to go buy that shit like soon. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Arthur Adams, that's one of the unsung heroes of comics right there. Because that man, he's never been not on point. Everything he does is on point. Everything.
Yep.
Everything.
And the thing is, when for all those that are listening, you see, like when you follow these guys, they could draw anything, and you will be able to handpick them out. Yes, that is Arthur Adams right there, because they have a style. Each one of these guys have their own style, and that's what I love.
I miss that. I miss that because today's artists, a lot of them, even though they have their own styles, too many of them look similar. And like, even back in the day, how there was that period where everybody tried to draw like Jim Lee because he was what was selling. Then, or McFarlane first, then Jim Lee. Then there was a period where some people tried to draw like Liefeld. All your Chap Yaeps and your Wills Portasio and all of those guys. And then you had the one guy who always imitated everybody. Another Hispanic dude, Roger Cruz. He would imitate whoever was popular. He would draw like them. I remember when he drew like Jim Lee. I remember him drawing like Liefeld for a little while. is only since the early 2000s, I want to say, when he started getting into like animation and stuff, because he's the lead, the art director for both the Jackie Chan Adventures, and
Really?
he was the art director for, I want to say, the Batman.
Okay. But you realize it had a you actually see the resemblance now when I already look at it, huh?
Yeah, and there's a couple other cartoons I can't really remember. They weren't ones that I really watched. That you could tell it was him because it's the same style and everything. Chunky, square fingers and
And with
hands and
fight
stuff.
scenes too. A quick kind of fight scene with
Uh huh.
yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, man. Yeah. Arthur Adams is amazing. Like, and he still got it. Like, he's still doing it now. Still,
hmm
his
Yeah, yeah.
sketches look amazing. I'd love to sit down and talk to him like at a convention. I've met a good share of my heroes when it comes to art, but it's hard these days because of the way comics have gotten so big and conventions are weird. Like, I always end up at Artist's Alley selling my book, and then other people that are other comic book artists they focus more on the craft of drawing will stay more in Artist's Alley, because I mean technically that's where they make their money, because they're selling their own work as opposed to just
Yeah.
selling what they've done for hire. Um, and a lot of times now, if you're big or if you're like legendary status, it's impossible to sit down and talk to those guys, because they have lines forever. Like, I tried to talk to Adam Hughes. He's one of my favorite as well. And
Oh man, yes.
yeah, Adam Hughes is amazing. And I don't know if this was his wife or it was his like agent or something, but
Right.
she had him under the whip. He couldn't stop drawing. Like, he couldn't stop to talk to him. She was like, he can't talk right now, and he's in the middle of doing a commission while he's sitting there in Artist or near Artist Alley. And I'm like, damn, man, it doesn't look like this is. I mean, he probably makes stupid money because he was for a long time and probably still is one of the most like sought after cover artists for comics in general. Probably
But
anything.
one thing I didn't like you know about this channel called Visual Arts
No,
on YouTube where
mm-mm.
they feature you know them, right?
No, never checked them out. Never.
Right. Yeah. So check them out. I'll send you a link in the chat.
Uh huh.
They feature different artists, and when they feature Arthur Adams and he's doing commissions, I know I've never been to one of those conventions,
Uh huh.
but he normally when you ask him to draw something, he's normally draw like the character side faced.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't give you a full and like at least give me the face 3D.
Well, that's
I
a
don't
the face treaty.
let me get a little curve here, but don't give me like straight to the side of the person face, the side profile,
That must
you
be
know.
recent. That must be like his recent thing. Because I know I had a friend who is a big fan of essentially any artist that could draw women really well. And
Mhm.
he loved Adam Hughes. Is one of my childhood friends. We grew up. He's also one of the people that got me kind of to focus on comics in general.
Sure.
And he used to always get sketches from Adam Hughes anytime he showed up. He lives in Jersey, so my friend lives in Jersey. So whenever he shows up at the New York Comic Con, he would go and get his sketches from him and whatnot. And so it's always an expensive sketch, and the dude would draw like pictures of things happening. Like, he drew a picture of who was it? It was like Nick Fury yelling at like Supergirl or something like that, and it was like the kind of thing you would expect from Adam Hughes. Like, and it had Nick Fury talking. He was saying something, like yelling at her, saying something about her costume, and she had something that she was saying back. It was clever. Like, you could tell dude's been in comics for a long time. But it's possible that now, because the sheer volume of commissions is so unbelievably high, he just simplified what he does. Because I remember there was a period of time where you never got the shitty, profile sketch that's unfinished, that doesn't even look like the style of the guy who you got it from. Because I've gotten a couple of those. Like, I love Angel Medina, but I'm throwing him out there.
Yeah.
I got a $30 sketch from him that looked like he drew it with a pencil attached to his dick. It was annoying. I was like, are you serious? Like, I could do better than this, and I'm not you, and I'm buying this from you, and I'm over at Artist Alley doing sketches for $5 that look way better than this. And you've been in the game for 20 years. I'm just getting into the game at the time that I was doing this. Like, there's no excuse, but sometimes that's just how it is. Like, they don't, they know they're getting that money. So, they don't put it, they don't care. I got a bunch of sketches from him, and then he gave me that. Like, I bought prints from him, and then he did a sketch live. And it was like it was like a little bit more than a gesture of Batman's like profile. I didn't even tell him what to draw. I just wanted him to draw anything because he used to draw Spawn, and his his drawings were so detailed. So I'm expecting like a really cool pencil. Man, I was so angry when I got that thing. I wanted to call him out about it because I'm like, why would you do that? Like, I'm literally a fan. Like, you want to give your fans like something nice, even if it's not the most elaborate thing. The fans make it so that you feel the need to continue. Like, for me, when I go to a con and I'm drawn, like, I'll do sketches all day. I do sketch cards at conventions, and sometimes the amount of like love that you get from folks that just dig comic book characters and how they're there to just be soaking up all that energy from the artists that make this shit. When you see it in front of you, it's like, oh, it's nuts. It's like, this is what they're here for. This is what they get from what you do. Like, it makes you want to do better stuff, So for these guys to just be like, yeah, fuck it, scratch, $30. Like, man, the fuck out of here. That doesn't make any sense. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, if it weren't for these very same people, you couldn't have gotten to the point that you got to. So it's like, you got to have more love, more, I don't know, man, put a little bit more into it. I mean, maybe he's gotten better. I know I was personally offended by how shit that sketch was. And I'm calling it shit because, like, one thing you'll notice when you chill with guys that, like, especially folks who've been through art school and all that stuff, we'll call each other out when we do something that's lazy. Or, like, like, when, like, for instance, one of my heroes is Jeff Darrow. Jeff Darrow did, do you remember Big Guy and Rusty?
Yeah.
He designed that. That's his book. And the comics are so detailed. He explained that, he said it's not his best work, but he said he was so hopped up on caffeine and speed that he couldn't stop drawing, and he didn't sleep for so many nights while he was working on that stuff because he was just into it, so he would get in the zone. And that's a gift and a curse when you get in the zone, because sometimes you over design and sometimes you under design, but a lot of times you over design. You just draw for the sake of drawing, and it doesn't necessarily help the composition that you're working on. But he was honest about it, and I've only ever met him, I think, twice, and he remembered me from, it was a year apart, and he remembered our conversation both times. And he showed me, like, he also did the designs for the ships in the Matrix. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, like all the wires and all that shit. He drew every single little detail that you saw in that film. He had these overlays, because I think he used to be an electrical. He did something having to do with engineering. Maybe it was civil engineering. He had his style for that kind of artwork was, he would draw overlays on top of overlays on top of overlays. So he'd draw the structure, then he'd do another overlay that would be like on a piece of parchment paper that would be where all the wires are hanging. Then he'd do another piece of parchment paper where he'd put all the boxes and all the, like tools and things that would be on tables and stuff. Then he'd do another one where he'd put all the dirt and the grime and all that stuff on it. Then he'd do another one where he'd put like where lights would be hanging and shit. So like literally everything.
Adobe Photoshop.
Exactly. And it was nuts to see. Like, we sat down and he just brought out these big old sketch pad, not sketch pads, but like pads, drawing pads of just details and cities, and the man's mind is just like diarrheaing all that information onto the page.
Like, oh,
yeah. And he can't stop, and I know the feeling, because when you get in the zone and you have an idea that's like it's like at the forefront of your brain. You got to get it out. So you'll sketch and sketch and sketch until it feels right. You know the feeling where you do it until it looks like what you dreamt about or what you imagined in your mind. And it was so much fun to just hear that honesty and sit down and like have somebody talk to you in a way that makes sense. It sounds like, you know, shit you've been through yourself. Whereas a lot of artists in these situations try to act like what they deal with is one of a kind. And you know what I mean? They're not, no one else is going through or experiencing the same kind of
they
process.
can't say that because what the artist experience, you could be drawing another artist experience that while writing music.
Yeah.
You know, it happens on different levels, but everybody have that ability, especially when you're creating something.
Yeah, we're on that wavelength, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, and it's weird because, you know, you can tell when you run into that. And that's probably why you get those folks that make those shit, you know, $30 sketches and whatnot. But that even when my arthritis gets like full swing, I will never make a sketch that shitty. Never in my life. Never. Even when my fingers start crypt keepering up and getting all, you know, like knuckles all swollen and shit, like, nah, I'm still gonna be making a quality sketch for that $5 to $10 that I charge.
That sounds off, man. That sounds off. If you could get that piece of artwork for me and just send it to any chat, I'd love
Oh yeah, I'll get it. I'll find it and show you. I still have it because every now and then I'm reminded of it and it frustrates the shit out of me. I'm like, how could you do that? Like, it just that made me so angry because I'm like, it's different when you're not doing it. You know what I mean? Like now, like I've this is the thing that's different about going to Artist Alley now as like a professional versus when I used to go to comic conventions when I was just like reading comics is that I can do what I was imitating back in the day when I was reading these guys' artwork, you know, reading their comics and such. I'm not saying I can be them. That's not what I'm saying. But I mean, like, it's like you know how the sausage is made now. So it's not amazing like it was. It's not as amazing in all cases like it was back in the day. Back in the day, anything that stood out caught your eye, and that's enough. That's all you needed. But once you learn how it works and you learn what the rules are and you learn how to actually emulate properly, like what are the like if you're emulating Jim Lee, you got to have an understanding of your volume, your shape. You got to understand ways of building up your lines to create volume and shape. You know, you got to understand at least a little bit about cross hatching and which marks the what's the word, dynamic line weights, because that's a lot of the, I guess that's more Scott Williams area.
And as you mentioned, line weights, Jim Lee used a lot of line weights. Huh?
Yeah, of course.
Where he wouldn't really like use too much shading.
Yeah.
But when he put line weights, you will understand, well, okay, this is more away from the light.
Yeah.
So it will be darker, heavier.
Yeah. Or this is in the foreground versus, you know, thicker in the foreground, thinner in the background. Like, you understand what you start seeing, what's making this stuff look awesome. What is it that's making it feel good? Like the anatomy of his figures. It's small torsos, long legs, big ass broad shoulders, and like thick tree trunk necks, you know, like on your muscular men.
Man, I did well. We don't even have to go back to that with the so-called Mayflex Jim Lee Cyclops. There's another kind of worms. Another time, yes.
Yeah, I know, right?
And I see no issue with that figure.
Nah, it looks like his artwork. It's just people they want to pick and choose which version. Like, I don't know that. Yeah, that is another can of worms.
Yeah, that's another can of worms. Definitely. The way you see, when you start, I just hitching along and I would just add. I just let you go.
Man, and I can definitely go. I know. I'm telling you, the passion sometimes for this stuff takes over, and then I find myself, you know, wandering off into crazy territory sometimes, and it's like,
I will. that, man. That is podcast material.
Yeah, that's what I love about this. You know, when we have these
Yeah.
conversations.
Let me tell you another two artists that after collecting X-Men trading cards, you see these two artists
Uh huh.
caught my eye, and I have been trying to copy these people art style for a long time. Julie Bell and Boris Vallejo.
Oh wow,
Have you
yeah,
seen X-Men stuff?
yeah. Just their cards.
Oh my gosh.
I
Fred,
I I used to love them, but then they're guys that like. Because I used to love Joe Jusko also. Because you remember whenever they had those like Marvel
Marvel,
Masterworks or Masterpieces or whatever, they would have them all together. And I
those
learned. Uh huh. Go ahead. Go ahead.
those, those cards going for crazy amount of prices on the aftermarket,
Oh
man.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like a lot of us, that's how we learned how to draw. What Boris, Julie, and Joe
Joe,
Jusko
yeah,
do is essentially they have a muscle bound like model that
yep,
they have reference for, and then they just paint the they paint
yep,
the characters as if
exactly.
the costume is the skin, you know. And it was cool to some degree for certain characters, but for me, after a while, you see that they do a one size fits all approach because even Spider Man has the same muscle
Yeah,
mass as freaking
that was the thing, and
Bishop.
Spider shouldn't be that bulky. They
Yeah,
they tell him real muscular. I was like, okay, but
yeah,
you see like they're women. I love to see them draw
yeah.
Storm and Jean. Yeah,
Yeah, I do like it. I like it. They would pick for those characters. They definitely chose really cool models that had like a nice shape, like thick, powerful legs, you know,
yep,
and just like toned core. They weren't like ripped, but they were toned and they looked like legit. They looked powerful, which works, you know, especially for Storm. That's something a lot of artists can draw Storm, but it doesn't feel like Storm. And there's very few that actually make her feel like legit goddess level. You know what I
yep.
mean? Storm. So yeah, I give them that. They're pretty damn nice with that. Um,
What about
uh,
you?
um,
Uh,
for X Men artists, I would say. I mean, I I I I can't really give it to anyone other than Jim Lee and Joe Mad. Jim Lee, like,
All right. So I could check him off my list because I want to talk about him too, Joe
yeah,
Madeira.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, Jim Lee for
Um,
me, like, and for many, it's like that is X Men. Even if they go back now and they want to emulate that, you just need to either hire the best Jim Lee clone you can think of, or just imitate everything he was doing at the time because the designs were better when he was drawing them. Like he would do a lot of side things that just made that world feel better and more unique. Like when he drew the hand, he'd have ninjas using guns. And you know, and they'd be strapped up with all kinds of other gear. And I'd be like, this is awesome. Like that's what I want to see. Like they're mercs. I don't want to see them looking super traditional, but they're fighting guys that can shoot lightning bolts out their hands. Like they need gear. And he'd always draw like they'd have like the freaking like Google Glass thing on their eye. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah.
The one lens, and then they'd have like headsets, and the armor would be all crazy, and he'd have like characters would have guns with the clips strapped to the gun so that you could replace the clip when you're done. Like he drew things that felt like the people actually existed. Like they live in this world. They do stuff more than just what you see on this page. Like I remember I lost my shit when I recently read all of Savage Dragon up to whatever he's on right now. I stopped somewhere in whatever the most recent this most recent version, and I don't really like the newer version of it. I read all of the 90s stuff all the way up to like 2000, whatever the new series is that started in like 2000. What was that? I gotta look at this. I
Yeah,
but
you'll have to Savage. I know about Savage Dragon because of the cartoon and probably one or two of the books, but never really followed it wholeheartedly. No.
yeah, it's a weird series. Like he essentially he tells his story across several different it's like a how do I put this? He worked in the multiverse angle by
Hmm.
having each volume be a retelling. Well, I guess the first couple volumes weren't, but like every so often he'll start over, like the way Marvel used to do, because you remember in the old days, comics used to go to like 500 and then they'd start over. And so he would start every 100 issues, I think. He would start a new giant super arc. So like in one, I think when he hit 100, he ended up in another universe, and then his doppelganger ended up in our universe, kind of like face off. So like you know that at some point it's all gonna come back full circle, and now what is his universe that he left gonna be like when he returns? You know, so that was cool to me. I was like, man, this is amazing. But no, the reason why I brought up Savage Dragon though is that Jim Lee drew an issue of Savage Dragon, and immediately the world made sense. Like it makes sense. And I should have mentioned Eric Larson before because he's one of my favorite Spider-Man artists. But Eric Larson is amazing. His style is really old school. It feels like if Jack Kirby teamed up with like modern day artists, like this is kind of the aesthetic you would get, you know? Like if they were I don't know. I don't really know a good way of describing it other than it's like you took modern comics and then you infused like a super shot of Jack Kirby into everything, because he has like the super dynamic poses that, you know, nobody's gonna stand in that pose, but it looks amazing on the page. You know, he had the
white leg stance.
And he had like the Kirby dots, and he has like, you know, the huge splash pages, and like the pages where it just be fight with no dialogue or action with no dialogue. You know, he would do all that stuff, and you could tell he loves Jack Kirby. And even the types of characters with the gods and the demigods and the this and the, he mixed it all into his whole story. But in the issue that I'm talking about, Jim Lee drew, and he drew the dragon like, I mean, he's wearing his police uniform, but he had like other gear strapped on top of the uniform, so you could tell he was like legit ready to go in and do some damage. Like he didn't wear a vest because he's bulletproof, but he had like extra clips. He had, you know, rations on his back, like he's really going into battle and shit. You know, like on his belt, like in the back, he had the huge pockets, and usually that's where the rations would be. Like he just had so much gear. Even the gun, he had like this weird futuristic like MP5, and it was just like, I love how Jim Lee takes the most mundane, simple designs, and he just infuses it with all this detail and all this like life. And a lot of people said his work was stiff and blah blah. Nah, it's not stiff. It's statuesque, meaning like when people stand up, they stand up in the most dramatic hero poses ever.
I always remember whenever he draws Cyclops pointing.
Yeah, like like no one else except for maybe, like I said, Joe Mad. No one really gives Cyclops that kind of what's the word I want to give? Like he doesn't have that power.
Authority.
Authority. Yeah.
That's the guy.
Yeah, like he's the man. That's why I hate the way that recent generations have shat all over the character, and it's like, do you not know who this motherfucker is? Like
what he could do.
What he's done. Like it's just weird. And the fact that like he's essentially a sharpshooter or a sniper, and he's holding together this team of gods, and they listen to him because they all have grown up together, they trust him, and they literally have written stories where they tried to make Cyclops a villain. I'm like, stop. He's the quintessential like hero character.
You remember we spoke about this? We said that Cyclops is supposed to be the Captain America, the mutants.
Of the mutants, yep. You're right. That's who he's supposed to be. And it's weird because it's like people have forgotten that. Because apparently you can't have one character be like the good guy, the best guy. You know what I mean? Like everybody has to be an anti-hero because we got a generation of edgelords or wannabe edgelords, you know? You can't have that guy who's the one you rely on. The guy who you know will get shit done because he's the best guy. That's what he does. That's who he is. He follows the rules. He makes sure everybody falls in line. He makes sure that you come back in one piece. That's the guy you want on your team.
People not reading the old stuff, because remember it had an arc where Cyclops kicked the crap out of all the X-Men. I think it was up to
Yes.
They lost it. He was like, well, they had to get all the crap together, you know, and he beat every single one of them.
And he was grading them while he was beating them.
Yeah.
You remember that? Like they did something. He was like, "Nice improvisation, F minus." F minus or A, and then he gave someone else, a different grade, and then he was like shooting them in the back of their legs, and like,
Yeah,
yeah,
and making his beam bounce off and hitting this guy. I was like,
yeah,
dude.
yeah,
And I was like, Cyclops so bad. And then Brian Singer gonna make him this whiny wuss.
yeah. Like they just don't get it. They don't understand the scope of this guy's reach as far as who he is as a character. Like when you look at every team that came after Jim Lee's run on X-Men, every team, the leader stood up straight and pointed like Cyclops. Chest out, pointed
Yep.
straight, chin tucked down. He spoke very. Everyone was like,
You're going down, Magneto.
everybody was Cyclops. Every leader was Cyclops. Remember Heatwave on fucking Cyberforce? Cyclops. Remember
This guy-
Spartan on Wildcats? It's Cyclops. Freaking. And we can keep going. What's another? In Gen 13, they did the Cyclops thing with Fairchild instead of with a dude. And it's sometimes with Team 7, they did the same thing with Fairchild's dad. He was the Cyclops. I mean, it's like they did it on the was it the Authority? Even though the character, what's her face, Sparks, she wasn't Cyclops at all. Like the way she acted, but the way she was drawn, she had those like the Cyclops moments where she would be in front of them, point and lead. Even the way they drew Captain America after Jim Lee's run on X-Men was more in line with the way Cyclops was. You know, he was front and center, chest out, ready to tell everyone what they could do best to, like, take advantage of the situation. It's just weird how, like, somehow that didn't translate to something good because, every character wasn't Wolverine.
I'll say that I don't care who vexed or who disagreed. Brian Singer mess up the X-Men.
Yeah, those movies are terrible. I'm sorry. Like there's very little if any, redeeming qualities. Like what? Hugh Jackman is the redeeming quality to those movies.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's it.
Give him that. I'd actually like him. Well, yeah, Hugh Jackman, but you see the cast of Ian McKellen.
Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart. I was about to say them too.
Yes.
They were amazing. Yeah, you're right.
That was it. Cut off.
Yeah, that's it. After that, we're done.
Yeah, that's it. We're done.
But yeah, Jim Lee's style was oof, man. Yeah. It's just so powerful, and that's I think like obviously it's not for everybody because some people don't like that.
You know when you see that is like when you watch him draw Psylocke, it's like little legs. Like wow, look at his legs. Even Storm.
Yeah.
I remember X #1.
Yes.
Strydent. The amount of it had this candy that used to sell in our region where you used to get like a tattoo every time I get the gum.
Yeah, we had those too. Bazooka.
Right. Yeah, yes, that was it. And every artwork, the tattoo, it was
always Jim Lee artwork. Yep.
From X-Men 1, I was like, man, this guy, this did people know what this guy did?
I remember when I was in middle school around that time. And I remember jackets. People had like those puffy winter jackets. And they were like, I know 8-ball jackets were big back then, South Pole, all that stuff. People had jackets with X-Men stuff on there. They also had, of course, Malcolm X stuff at some point during the 90s as well. But they had a ton of X-Men. I remember seeing people decked out in clothes with X-Men #1 artwork, airbrush all over it. I mean, it was so big, it was ridiculous, It just there's no way you can understate how good Jim Lee's rendition of these characters were. I mean, it's seen in like the way those particular characters are drawn even now when other artists try to take them on. Even in the figures, when you look at like, for instance, Mezco. As much as I hate Mezco, look at the Gambit that they do. They just released. It looks like Jim Lee's artwork. He's got that face with the chiseled ass, details. Almost like a muscular Johnny Depp. That's literally that's how he drew him. The hair.
Whenever Jimmy smiles next to like one of his artwork or the Batman statue, I think.
Yeah.
Well, Chicago somewhere I saw this Batman statue.
Yep, it's in Chicago.
Right. He stood up next to it and he smiled. And I was like, yeah, you know what you did. You know what you did. You
Yeah,
turned this whole world, when it comes into comic book art, a loop.
yeah, yeah.
You know what you did.
Because like every era needs to have that guy who their artwork kind of was the definitive look for a lot of characters. And Jim Lee always, once he takes on a character, especially if it's a well-known team or set of characters,
Yeah.
he'll give you the
That's
definitive
true.
look for the next couple years. I mean, look at Batman. When he did Hush, everything, I mean, he borrowed from shit that came before, but after him, all Batman looks like Jim Lee artwork. Everything Finch was doing, Jason Fabek, who's done a lot of Batman stuff afterwards, like all the best guys that drew Batman since Jim Lee, they all took their cues from what Jim Lee was drawing because he did it the best. It's just something about their simplicity, and then there's this like it's like a sublime quality. People don't get it when they first look at it, but the more you look, over time it'll all make sense. There's functionality, and then he makes the characters, and this is something that it informed how I draw too, is that it's not just that you draw a cool suit, it's how the person wearing the suit stands and like how they carry themselves. You know, Alex Ross does this too. He makes the person and the suit seem like one thing. So like, no, you couldn't have someone else wear Superman's costume and look that amazing, because there's a stance and like a quality to how you hold yourself in those the costume to make you feel as powerful as Superman feels. And he never feels scary. He feels like the most reliable guy. Like he's going to get the job done. He's going to save you. You're good when he shows up. Same thing with Cyclops, with Jim Lee's artwork. Same thing with the way he drew Wolverine. Wolverine looked scruffy and capable. And like a lot of people get the scruffy part right, but they don't get the capable part right. Like and back in the day when Jim Lee was drawing Wolverine used to get the brakes beaten off of him. But the thing about Wolverine was that he would get back up so many times that you'd be tired because you beat him so many times, and then he'd kill you, because that was that's his shtick. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, he wasn't invincible in the like I can do everything better than everybody sense. He was invincible in the sense that you just can't kill him. So and that was fun, because he knew it. He's like, yeah, we've been through this a million times, literally. And at the end, it's going to end up the same way it always did, where he's going to win because he had more experience than everybody else, and he has the healing factor. So he didn't even have to be the best fighter. It's just that he
doesn't have to be. And I think they should do that for the MCU.
Yeah, me too.
You see what you said there? It made sense, no matter. Because you even saw that in the animated series cartoon.
Yep.
I remember one arc, for instance, the Dark Phoenix saga, when the Inner Circle beat them and they push him through they send him to the sewers.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
All of a sudden, he just pop out the water and he knows like round 2 are coming back for you guys, sons of bitches. You want to behold the X-Men take them out, and that is it.
Yep.
That's it. MCU Feige should take some cues from these guys to make a damn good X-Men movie.
I agree.
They will get crap beaten out of them, as you say. They will go get the crap beaten out of them, regroup, and cut some ass after.
Yeah. I mean, especially for Wolverine. Like, I feel like for characters like Cyclops, he should be the dude dodging, survival skills on display. Like, he's doing everything that he trained to do. Because that's one of the things that in the older comics, Cyclops is literally the Ryu of the X-Men. Like, he trains. That's what he's doing. Like, where do you think remember in X-Men Children of the Atom, the game, where was Cyclops' stage? It was in the damn danger room. Like, like that's what he does. He is the X-Men. That's his life. That's him.
And you know what the thing about him? What I read up about him, I read up about him, that Cyclops he will, as you rightfully say, he will train so much, he will actually know the weaknesses of the other X-Men.
Yeah.
So he's like Batman.
He's like Batman as well. Yep. And that's what...
Like, that's a rude thing to do.
People... It's weird because, like, a lot of fans don't like that when someone outside of Batman does that. they don't like to give certain characters their props. Like Superman's done that type of stuff too. He knows what other people's weaknesses are. I mean, he can literally scan your body, look through you, and find where your weaknesses are. It's not impossible. He did that to Manchester Black. Remember?
We're really gonna do this with Superman. Superman is an alien. He is smarter, right? They just don't do it in the comics.
Yeah, they don't.
I remember my uncle who introduced me to comics. He brought that point up to me. He said, "Okay, all these things are talking about Batman, all well and good, but he said, realize Superman is an alien, and he is super smart.
Yeah."
Has knowledge of his planet and whatever else they know about the galaxy. Consider that in the Fortress of Solitude.
Exactly. And
I mean,
they never write that stuff. They never write that stuff into these stories because they're so afraid of making, the human look weak. Yeah. Yeah, it always bothered me because it's like, that's why I prefer the days when Superman and Batman were like best buds. Even though Batman is, grumpy and a jerk, they still have this like friendship. Not the friendship where Batman will just turn on Superman and Superman will be like, yeah, it's cool, that's what he does. Like, nah, I don't, that's bullshit. I'm talking about the respect, that this guy is I think this guy's the deadliest dude on the planet, but he's my best friend, you know what I mean? Or we go way back. That's what World Finest was about when it first started, and it's...
And where this thing, what will make sense for Batman? You're right. So he has a contingency plan for everything now. Yeah, I could understand him having some kryptonite just in case something goes wrong with Soups, because you acknowledge that he is the baddest guy on the planet. Huh? So I could understand that fear in the back of his head. Okay, you know what? Let me just keep this here just in case this guy goes rogue. I could understand that.
Or if Superman gave it to him, because he knows.
Yes, he did. So, Superman's a good guy.
Yeah. I don't understand why people fear that so much. They hate that. And I'm just like, you guys got to get over this inferiority complex bullshit. There's no way that a guy who represents the top 5% of our population is going to be the hero that everybody's going to flock to. Nah. A guy who doesn't work a 9 to 5, a guy who was born with billions of dollars, who can do whatever the fuck he wants essentially, and he's good, And then you have a guy who's a god who chooses to work a 9 to 5, has to pay rent, has to deal with his boss screaming at him on a daily basis. He has insecurities about relationships with just regular human beings. He could squash you with like almost a thought.
Oh man, I will always remember that the last Justice League episode when he was facing off against Darkseid and Lex Luthor merge.
Oh my god, yeah.
Merge, and he was like, you know what? He said, throughout my whole life, I
felt like I lived in a world made of cardboard.
A world made of cardboard, and he said, thanks to you, I could unleash. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, I remember watching that episode for the first time with my homies, man.
Like, whoa.
Me and a bunch of us, we had like a design company, and we used to all like meet up on the weekends when the episodes were dropping in like Canada. There was a website that was playing them when they dropped in Canada, so we'd see them about a week early, and a couple days early, and we were all sitting in my my apartment with like sheets tied around our necks like little kids, huddled around my tiny ass Mac. I had an iMac. I still have the iMac, but I have a better computer setup now. But I had this old like 2005 iMac. With it's not even that big of a screen, man. We're all huddled close, like 10 of us in the room, just geeked out like little kids watching Saturday morning cartoons. We had cereal and chips and stuff. And when Superman took that step, when he said, what we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose because you can take it, can't you, big man? And then he took that step and the music got real heroic and he just flew and hit Darkseid and it was silent.
Yeah, boy.
We lost it. Because I'm like, they never give him those moments where you're like, this is what he can do. This is Superman, The best one, though, came from Superman versus the Elite. You remember that? That was...
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, my God. Man, we jumped
But to be
way
honest,
far off of
to be honest,
artists.
I'm scared for I was like, okay, so Superman is coming back after this because he started to move like a real heel. He started to move like a villain.
Yeah, yeah, he did, and it was awesome because it was a daddy moment. He was like, essentially, Daddy got to whoop you and show you how it works because you guys had gotten out of hand. And then they were all scared, dude's like, you don't do this, and he's like, nope, and I never will. And he's like, wait, what? He's like, oh, so you thought I lost it? Essentially, this was all to show you how jacked up your situation is, and it was awesome because it's like that moment. Like, I know that these are characters owned by companies and corporations, and there's all these other politics to it, but as a character, you can't have any of this shit without Superman. And if he doesn't set the example, you get all that shit, and it worked. It's a very obvious metaphor for the golden and silver age comics versus the extreme 90s era of comics, where everybody's killing everything and blood and sex and blah 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 all over the place. It's like all that shit happened, and it happens in DC and Marvel, but it's not as gratuitous for the sake of being gratuitous. Usually there's some kind of point in the story, in the good stories anyway. There's a point to it in those. So, there has to be an example, and Superman is supposed to be the example. If Superman can't be the example, and you guys are gonna diss him and act like he's like obsolete simply because he doesn't just murder everybody, what is it that you're showing anybody? What is the point? Everybody can commit murder. Everybody can. If you had powers like Superman, like, obviously you could definitely do it and get away with it. What's the point? What are you trying to show us?
Right? You do martial arts, right? So
exactly.
What happens when you show restraint?
Yeah. Just because
and you have control over your emotions and the situation,
exactly.
It shows that you're stronger.
Exactly. And they don't get that. You have a whole generation of comic book fans, film fans, whatever, that don't get it. And these stories, like, periodically, they drop these little stories in.
And you know what that kind of remind me of too? You remember when I said the thing about restraint and good superheroes, Spider-Man is one also.
Yeah.
Because when Doc Ock went into his body, how it was written, when they exchanged bodies, and Doc Ock punched the guy and broke his jaw, he realized that Spider-Man was really holding back his punches.
All those times, yep.
So yeah, so that's what we're looking for in a hero.
Yeah.
Being
people don't get that. They don't get it anymore.
Yeah, they don't get it. But you realize what we did, right? We start from our favorite comic book artist.
I know.
Right, so let me just rattle this off. Frank Cho is another one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Joe Madeira.
Yeah.
Before we move on, I love what he did for Battle Chasers. As I said, sorry he didn't continue that book.
Man, I look at that every once in a while, and I'm just like, if only I could have gotten more, like, finish out this arc. Supposedly the game finishes out the arc, but I just don't really feel like playing that. I'm not into, from what I've seen, I'm not into that type of game. It's everything's too small. But one of these days, if I see it, I'll pick it up and check it out, because I want to know how the story ends. And supposedly he runs the whole story complete in that game.
Wow, that's a...
I know, it's kind of messed up when you think about it, but supposedly that's what he said on his I used to follow him like all the time. He started this company called, what do they call, Airship Syndicate, I think is what they're called. And he explained that that's part of why it's part of why he stopped. There were other reasons, but he chose to pick up the story, continue it there, so that he could give everybody the complete story and you could actually experience it. So,
man, that's a... I want to scratch off my list now, but anyway, he's still a great artist. I don't know why he would do that. That's dumb.
Well, I heard there were issues, though, with doing the comic, because, like, a lot of the Image comics, the way that the model works is that your book has to sell within a certain amount, a certain number of issues for them to continue your printing your books and all that, because that means it's viable for the model. But if it drops at all, then it's less viable, and then they can't continue printing it. So I don't know if if his book dropped, I want to say that on top of that, he was doing work for video game companies and other stuff too. He worked on something for NC Soft. I think it might have been what became Darksiders.
Oh,
And
okay. Yeah, I know
that
about those. I remember
yeah,
that.
that was taking some of his time too. I could be wrong though. I don't remember if that's exactly what was happening at the time, but I do remember he used to. There was this a forum I used to be on way back. I don't even know if it's still around. It was called not Pencil Jack, but Crawl Space. And Crawl Space used to have like a lot of artwork from all these guys, but occasionally they would always jump in the or occasionally they jump in the forums and like talk to us that are their fans that are following them, and they'd let us know what's coming up, what the new what new issues are coming, what new stories they're
Yeah.
planning on working on, even costume designs. Sometimes they drop them there first. I was on that's where I got to talk to or at least get uh, messages to what's his name, J. Scott Campbell, because he's one
Okay.
I used to love his art as well.
Okay,
I
cool.
still love his art. I mean, now he's
That's
pretty much Adam
that's the
Hughes.
guy who did Danger Girl, right?
Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah, he's amazing. I used to love Gen 13, and
Yeah.
he was drawing Gen 13 back at that time, and he used to post stuff or drop art. I can't remember how that thing worked. Maybe there was the art side was called Crawl Space, and then maybe the forum was Pencil Jack or something else. But there was a forum attached to it, and I remember them popping in, and they would let us know what to be looking out for, and that like if we show up at this convention, they're gonna have promo artwork for the next issues and blah blah blah. It was like kind of cool to get inside, kind of. I mean, it's not really inside because they're telling everybody, but you kind of get a preview of this stuff early. But he was another good one too. But I was on there when Joe Mad was talking about this kind of stuff too. He had a post on whatever it was, the forum that was attached to that, and he was showing sketches of what he was doing for some of these video game companies. It was only a few sketches because I don't think he had like permission to share everything because the game wasn't out yet. But he showed a couple characters, and I want to say it was stuff that we did end up seeing in Darksiders. But yeah, Joe Mad, he was on a different
Yeah.
level for a long
Yep.
time. Even his old stuff. Like I remember there was like some issues where he did the X-Men were fighting the Phalanx, and just like his work looked like anime. Like that's just the best way to put it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's definitely a Strydent. And to tell those guys out there, shameless plug.
Uh-huh.
We're on Zorpox reviews. You guys can check us out there. You see the character I draw, my avatar. The glove. It wasn't based on Thanos. If anybody.
No, it's
Based on Gally,
Galley. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's Galley's gloves. Yeah, I noticed that, man. I was like, man, he's a Battle Chasers fan. Yeah, I totally
Yeah.
noticed. Those are Aramis's gloves. Her
Yeah.
dad.
Her dad's gloves. Man, I still love the book. I have, I think, the first 6 issues.
Uh huh.
Every now and again, I just go and read it over. I just try to draw, copy his style a little bit and stuff because I enjoy stuff.
He's great. He's great,
Yeah.
and I mean that's the way to do it too. I mean, you look at how he does what he does, and then just imitate what you can, and then it eventually will evolve into what you do. I mean, copying word for word, piece for piece, that's a whole nother story, and that's not necessarily the way. But like, yeah, if you figure out learn your fundamentals from sketching, from life and from books, and do a little bit more research about the whole process in general so that you find what sticks for you, and then look at how everybody else does what they do, and all the guys you love. When you look at their artwork, you'll see it, man. It'll all start to make sense.
And Strident, I wanted to check out this guy. I don't know if you already know him. His name is Simone Bianchi or Bianchi.
Yeah, Simon Bianchi. Yeah, I know him.
Simone Bianchi. Why is it Simone? Okay, sorry.
No,
Trying to
it's
make it a little bit more than how it was.
no, he's got like, I think is he Italian, something like that. He's got Italian or French. He's got the fancy spelling for the name.
And that's the thing. You see, this guy Strident, This guy, his artwork, it looks like it's supposed to be on somebody's ceiling.
Yeah, I
Like
know,
it is.
right? It's very classical.
Yeah, when I saw it the first time, I was like, damn.
Yeah, yeah, he's good.
Wow.
He's real good. There's
Yo,
what did he do that I liked? Because I'm not, I like his art, but I
okay.
feel like in some ways it doesn't always translate well for comics, like traditional comic book characters. Like his Wolverine design is weird. Like the boots and gloves, they
Yes, I
seem
saw that. He
strange.
has this way how he draws the rib cage, like they have this big barrel-chested
Yeah.
dog, and their
it
abs like kind of sinking. I was like,
yeah.
that is unusual, but I like it.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks real good because it looks different. It definitely doesn't feel like anything else that other people are doing. Um, yeah, I like him. I like him. I like his artwork. Like I said, I just feel like if he was doing his own thing, like if he was drawing Divine Right or Ascension or something like that, it'd be perfect.
Yeah. Oh man,
It'd be
yeah, for
perfect.
sure. Ascension would be perfect for him.
Uh huh. Yeah.
Um, and I know you know these guys, of course. I love Frank Cho. I love how he
Yeah.
does his woman.
Yeah. Of course.
Uh, yeah. And Greg Capullo, give
Love
me
Greg
anything Greg
Capullo.
Capullo would tip on.
Greg Capullo, he's a good dude. It kind of makes me sad because I don't like Dark Knight's Metal. I think it's the dumbest shit that's been written and drawn in a long time. His artwork isn't bad. It's just that the fact that they someone at DC was like, yeah, let's just make everything Batman. The fuck out of here. That's creatively bankrupt, and I don't like that. I feel like someone like Capullo, even though they're letting him go all super metal, crazy designs and stuff, give him more than just Batman. Give him more to work with. Like, give him a story. Like when he was drawing Spawn, it was ridiculous. It's like he was so good. Even his X Force stuff, so good, man. Like
Let
he,
me talk about Spawn. Man,
yeah,
it has a cover for Spawn. Oh my gosh, I tried to draw that thing exactly like that, man, over and over. It just have a way, man. I don't know how to describe it. You know what? I'll send you that in the chat on our chat, the way how we draw this cover for this thing, bro. And it's like, it, I lost words, bro. The man just like a full on Spawn bad. Anybody could just go and look up his artwork for Spawn,
yeah.
and there was
He was on a different level. On a different level. And even his Batman that he did for the New 52, different level. He actually drew the cowl where it felt like a helmet. It didn't feel like it was just paint on his face that looked like the Batman mask. Like it was a cowl. It was like round near his brow so you could see that if he got hit. Like for people who need that, it added that piece where it felt like he's putting on a costume. It didn't feel like he became the costume. Um,
exactly. And you know what I liked about him too? What he did, a simple design. People might find it, it just meh. But you see what he did when he traced the yellow around the bat
around
symbol
the
on his
bat
chest,
symbol, yeah.
the big oval. I think that was a real cool design. But I said, wow, I would not even think about doing that right away.
Yeah, it looks
That
good. The design is nice. I
yeah.
just and he himself, man, this is a dude who I met him a couple times, but not like where I got to talk to him. I got stuff signed a few times, and then like the last time I saw him, he gave me a big ass hug. I mean, he gives everybody these big ass bear hugs, like he knows us, like for real. But it's like what I was explaining a little while back. He feels, you can feel it when you talk to him. He's excited because we are excited that he brings us this amazing artwork, and we're like it's hard to fathom that a human hand created this stuff, like it just comes out, he just does it, and it just looks perfect. I don't even like Dark Knight's Metal, but I can look at his artwork and be like, shit, this man is amazing, and he's so excited to be talking about this stuff and to just be drawing comics and shit, and it's infectious. When you sit and talk to him, he'll talk to you for hours. There'll be other people in line waiting to get their stuff signed or whatever, buy something from him, and he'll talk to you for hours like there's no one else there, just because you're into the same shit that he makes. And I appreciate that, man. It makes you feel a little bit more like, as an artist, like
Yep.
you can do the job, and you can do all this work and still have love for your work, because that's rare, where you love what you're doing so much that it almost doesn't feel like work. You just do it because that's what you do. And he exudes that, man. It's awesome. I was talking to a dude at the space convention last year, and the guy, he was talking about meeting Greg Capullo, and it was funny to hear my thoughts coming out of a whole nother human being, because we met the same person and had the same experience, you know? Greg Capullo's a genuinely good dude, like cool dude, like big ass muscular dude. He seems like he could just fucking uppercut you through the ceiling or something if he was pissed, you know? He's huge, but he's such a nice, like, just warm dude, man. It's crazy. Like, he seems like the type of dude you could have a beer with and geek out, and it just be like any other, you know, normal geeking out with your friends that read comics and shit, you know? Like, he's a good guy, man. But yeah, his artwork is nuts. Like, there was the Spawn cover that got me. He got me into Spawn. And then because of him, I went back and read all the rest of it up to where he started working on, or was drawing Spawn. And I think it was in the 20s or something like that, 20s or 30s. But it was like Spawn had bluish energy coming off of his hands instead of green, and the whole cover was like a blue tinted cover. I may still have that book somewhere. But yeah, it's like him in the center, and his cape is doing all kinds of swirly stuff around him, and then his hand and his eyes are glowing this bluish color, and it just looks so different, because up until then it was always green. And like, you know, the coloring in Image books was always on another level, but like this was simple. It wasn't like like Liquid. You remember Liquid used to do the color, the real super flashy shiny colors? No, this was more like Brian Hitch and the guys working with him. God, who colors Brian Hitch's stuff? I always forget that. Give me a second, because I got his work right in front of me and I could find out right now. Brian Hitch. It's not Williams. It's not Scott Williams. Yeah, there it is. Ultimates. Brian Hitch is another one. He's like my go-to dude. Neary, is it Neary? Paul Neary? Is that his name? Where are you? What the hell? Colors. Oh, Paul Neary does the inks. Laura Martin. It was like Laura Martin's work. Okay. It was real, like, cinematic looking. Yeah, Brian Hitch is another one. Dude is amazing. Amazing. His art is the kind of art. He did Ultimates and Ultimates 2. And I think he did, what was it called? Ultimate 6? He did some covers for that, I think. And then he's done Spider-Man. He was doing Batman for a little while. His art is the kind of art, he did The Authority back in the day. His art is the kind of art that after you read his book and it plays back in your mind, it's you remember a movie, but you didn't watch a movie. It's like super cinematic. It's what made me, on my book, I do the whole like the pages are black. It's like letterbox style, whereas as much as possible everything fits in the frame. I almost never break the frame. I'm starting to change that though, because I don't want to just copy off of what he's doing or what he's done. But like, you use the black border and you keep everything somewhat rectangular, almost like, you know, your 16:9 viewing space. And God, his stuff feels like you're watching a movie, or, you know, when you think back on it, it feels like you just watched a movie. I don't know. I love his artwork. I love it. What's up? You kind of faded back a little.
Yeah, sorry. Man, right now on my phone, looking at that Greg's cover work for Spawn, and I looking for the cover so I could send it to you, boy. But this man, incredible, boy.
Yeah.
I think Todd just used to tell him, Greg, who's doing this book today? Greg? Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Just like.
Yeah, Greg Capullo, his work is awesome. His work is really awesome. Yeah, I loved I love his work. I love his work in general. I love the fact that just thinking about it makes me happy. Just geeking out on his covers and stuff, man. It's just like it's not often that you get that, like, how do I put this? Yeah. It's not often that you can put like your experience with the guy, if you ever meet them, on par with the feeling you get from looking at their artwork. Because a lot of times, it's just a job to a lot of artists. Like, I met Jim Lee in the 90s when they launched Image. I was in like 7th or 6th grade. And this was before Comic-Con was huge. This was literally like, I think they were at was it the Javits Center? They were at a big center, like a hall. And it was just people walking around dressed up as the Wildcats, the Predator, Spider-Man, whatever. You could walk up to whoever you wanted to. I walked up to a couple people and just talked to them for a decent amount of time. I mean, we were there for like 4 or 5 hours. And Jim Lee gave me a portfolio review because I had this bootleg cardboard portfolio that we made in art class with all these. I wonder if the reason why he was nice is because everything in my portfolio was something he drew that I was imitating. Like, that was my whole portfolio at the time. Me doing my version of poses Jim Lee did. Some characters he did, I draw my own and put them in, the same situation, or same positions. But he gave me a long critique, and it was like meaningful shit. Like, he didn't just say, "Oh, you like to draw. Good job. If you keep this up, you'll be able to do it when you're an adult." No, he talked about like anatomy, things I was doing right, things I was doing wrong, things I needed to look out for. Then he gave me props for the stuff I already understood because he could tell from looking at the sketches. And I was like, man, like, it's nuts to talk to all these guys. I got to talk to him, Eric Larson, Mark Bagley. Was my favorite Spider-Man artist for years. Oh man, Mark Bagley, yeah. Bagley was on another level when it came to Spider-Man because it was to the point where like I couldn't really imagine other people drawing Spider-Man. And then the only other guy who he was in that, actually there were 2 other guys that were up in that level for me, and that was Larson and this dude named Alex Saviuk. He used to draw a web of Spider-Man, and his style was more realistic, but he would twist the camera in ways that just made everything super dynamic. His Black Cat was banging, man. He drew her so well, it was ridiculous, man. Like, and he drew Peter Parker and Mary Jane in a way that they felt like people that he might have known. Like, he based them off of people he might have known. Like, Peter had a little mullet, and Mary Jane's dimples actually looked like dimples. Like, you could tell this is like, it didn't feel like they just put 2 dots, like 2 beauty marks on her face. It felt like his drawings made her look like a woman with dimples, and it was cool, man. Like, his artwork was dope. But yeah, I got to sit down and talk to these guys like it was nothing, man. They just talked to me like, I was any other person. They didn't even talk to me like I was a little kid. They just talked to me like I was a guy who liked comics. And that was awesome because that's what made me want to keep doing this shit. And then now you can't do that, though. Now, just to kind of be in the presence of these guys, you got to pay a premium. Unless you catch them at Artist Alley. Then you can kind of talk to them for a little bit. But it's just crazy how much has changed from the 90s to now with just the medium of comics. I mean, comics themselves haven't really gotten that big. It's the characters within the comics. Because, the movies are what's making all the money. And then Comic-Con itself, it's kind of like it's making a lot of money off of the personalities that are behind making all this stuff so amazing for us,
Yeah, but let me ask you something. The Comic-Con was mainly about comics at first, I would guess, right?
Oh, yeah.
Did it have all these movies stuff?
Nope.
Premieres, action figures and things before?
Well, they had, there were vendors that sold comics, and they sold action figures that were related to comics.
Right.
Sometimes they wouldn't be, but...
Comics.
But yeah, mostly comics. It was mostly all just comic book artists, comic book writers, Marvel, DC, then Image popped up, Dark Horse was there. Yeah, and then like, I don't know, mid-90s, late 90s, it turned into this like all entertainment expo where everything you can think of is at Comic-Con, which makes no sense because it's Comic-Con. Yeah, that's part of what I didn't like. I stopped going because I used to have table at the the Mid Ohio Comic Con, Wizard World Chicago, and occasionally I would show up at Space, which is the small press, a small press comic book expo.
Okay.
And what I hated about like the bigger conventions is the cosplay chicks get on my every last nerves. I'm serious. Like we would have like the days that I would have like a good turnout, you'd have some half naked broad dressed as like, I don't know, Power Girl or something with like, a ton of silicone and no personality. And then all the dorks that waste their money on dumb shit would be like, oh my God, can I take a picture? And she would always position herself wherever the most traffic was. So if we were getting traffic, you better believe one of them would show up next to your table. I'm like, you're not even a character in my book. You have nothing to do with what I'm doing. Can you please move somewhere else? And this isn't me being like I hate women or something like that. When I was single, it was like, shit, bring them on. I don't care. I am ready. Bring them on.
Yeah.
But when I'm here doing what's business, this is what I'm doing to feed myself and pay my rent and shit. I don't want some half naked girl who's fucking capitalizing off of horny ass dorky guys with low self-esteem. You know what I mean? Like you're dangling the carrot in front of them, and then you're capitalizing off of shit you didn't create, and you're telling them to pay $50 to stand in your presence while you dress as a character that you didn't pay to get the rights to imitate.
So wait. Let me get this straight, right? So when they walk around these cosplayers, because we have conventions here, but we don't have to pay you. We just ask, and if some of them are, if they don't want to, is okay.
Yeah.
There's people and their attitude. We don't care, right?
Yeah.
You just fabled somebody who don't even exist. You just dressing up as them.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
let me get this straight. In the convention, these cosplayers dress up as Supergirl, whatever.
Yep.
And you have to pay them to take a picture with them.
Some of them, like the bigger ones, I think now it's a lot different. But yeah, the bigger ones, yeah, they'll charge a fee for you to stand next to them and take their picture.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. It's crazy. I was like, man, or some of them will be selling prints of like pictures of them. Like there was one time we were in Chicago. I think it might have been it might have been 06, I think it was. It was the first time I met Greg Capullo. There was a girl next to his table who was selling pictures of herself half naked laying on top of like comics all over the place. And I don't even know who she was. I don't know if she was in Playboy or something like that. She was some kind of model. She was like orange. She had like a spray tan that looked super orange, and we're like, that's not skin color. Like humans don't come in that shade. What did you do? Oh. It looked real fake, Her whole shtick was very fake. And then she was like, you could tell that like up until now, she probably was regular modeling, and then she learned that comics were kind of the thing, because that was, like I said, 06. It was, things were getting bigger. The Comic Cons were starting to get huge, and she had like a bunch of pictures of her doing different things near comics. One, she was like, you remember that movie called American Beauty, I think it was called, where the girl's laying down, the movie poster was like a naked young girl laying on roses, and the rose petals were like covering she was like half covered by rose petals, and they're falling towards her. Well, she had that same image, but imagine if all the rose petals were comics.
Okay.
And I was just like, really, lady? Like, for real? Like, I mean, everybody's got to have their little hustle or their thing, but I was like, for real? Like, you don't know shit about comics. All you know is you're about to make bands off of these idiots that are going to hang this picture up in their room because you're half naked. But, hey, that's the way it works, But it's just frustrating when, like, I'm not Marvel, I'm not DC, I'm not Image. So if I get a table, which I get a table, you can get a table a little easier because you're we don't have to pay for entry because we're published artists. So you pay for your table, but you don't have to pay for entry into the Comic-Con itself. Whereas, like, everyone else, there's exhibitors that have to pay for the entry fee, and they have to pay for the table. And then there's the fans that come in and they pay their price for their, to come in and buy from the vendors and stuff. So we cut costs because we've been printed before, and several times, and we sell stuff to the few people who know we're even there, and it's weird to do that and then have someone else who's doing. I mean, they do work. Creating costumes is work, but in some of these cases, they're not really they didn't really do very much work, and they just hang out in front of your stuff and like get a whole bunch of traffic and get, it's just weird. It's like, do your own thing. Like, why are you, I don't know, maybe I sound like I'm hating or something, but when it's a business thing, you can work with the people. Like we had this one girl, she was really rude. She was dressed as Power Girl, and she was super, super rude. Like, she was entitled to do what she was doing, and she would talk to these dudes like they weren't shit. And I mean, probably they aren't. I mean, like, I'm not trying to diss people, but the way they were acting toward, how now the buzzword is simping and shit. Like, it was that kind of thing, And she was talking down to them and everything. And I'm like, wait a second. Here you are. You bought a Power Girl costume, because I'm sure she didn't make this one. It looked like something you could buy, and like, it didn't have any personal touch to it at all. It looked like the generic, like, if Spencer's sold superhero costumes, sexy superhero costumes, it looked like that. Like, the boots,
Right.
the boots were just socks that you pull down over your high heels or something. You know what I mean? Like, it looked like that kind of thing. And then she's talking down to these guys who just want to be close to her to take their picture with her, and they're paying her, mind you. And she was talking at them like they were the dumbest, shittiest human beings on the planet, and it was just like, I don't know, it's embarrassing on one end for them. You feel embarrassment for those guys. And then it was kind of like jacked up because it's like, she didn't create Power Girl. I'm sure she couldn't stand next to the DC booth and do this, because they'd be like, we didn't give you permission to make money off of our character. So, like, it just, the whole thing just frustrates me, because there's that weird, I don't know, the only way I can put it is dangling the carrot in front of, the horse. Like, some of those guys, that's the closest they've ever been to a chick, Some of these other guys, it's just they don't see it like what it's being.
But, I mean, dude, have some dignity about yourself.
I agree. Yeah, they should. But I mean, like, when after you've been at these things enough, the guy I'm talking about. If you've been to the comic book store enough, you know exactly the guy that I'm describing.
Let me give you this story about one I encountered in our local convention. She dressed up as a witch, and the character fit. So I just asked her, I was like, excited, because my boy Grim was there. He had his new camera, so I was like, dude, take pictures. This is when we now start off the channel. I said, dude, take pictures. We're gonna do this shit. We're gonna do this shit official. So I was like, all right, cool. You see that chick over there? I just went and asked her for a picture. So I went across. Right? I was like, I can have a picture with you, please? And she's like, well, okay. So I don't get the feedback already. I was like, yikes, dude, why you do this? Anyway, I said, let me just do it quick, right? So I stand up and I smile, and I just look across the corner of my eye, this girl dead serious. In the back of my mind, I was like, you could at least smile. So I was like, I'll signal to him. I was like, just do it quick. And he just take the picture, and I just walk back. I was like, delete that shit. I said, delete that. I don't want that girl on my YouTube channel at all, right?
Yeah.
And she was, and it wasn't like a real big convention. So when you walk past somebody and you make a left and you make another left, you might walk into them again.
Yeah.
You might just see them again in the next booth. And I was like, the girl attitude the whole time.
Wow.
It was like a real bitch.
Yeah. It sucks. It sucks sometimes. And I hate, because it feels weird when because people get weird about you having anything to say negative about, people cosplaying and some of the stuff that goes on at these conventions, like a vendor that overcharges for some cheap shit, or something,
Yeah, I've been there.
They get mad. People get mad at you for that, and it's like, look, we're not dissing the individual for being an individual. We're dissing their behavior. The way they carried themselves in these situations sucks. we're all there for, a couple things. Some of us it's business, and then it's enjoyment, because we want to enjoy being in this environment, and some of the way those folks act towards people like us, it sucks. And
Yeah,
it kills the enjoyment,
yeah,
I'm not saying cosplaying should be outlawed or anything, because like there's a lot of people who don't do that stuff. Like you said, there's the ones that they don't charge. I'm not saying that they shouldn't. If they have prints of them doing cool shit in these awesome costumes that they've made, hey, more power to you. Sell your prints,
yeah.
promote
That's
your
the thing.
art.
Yeah, I could understand that, but Strydent, I telling you the truth, I have never, since going these conventions, I have never experienced where I've seen a cosplayer and they tell me, give me $10 to take a picture. I've never, that's why when you said it, I was like, really? They do that? Because we don't have to do that down here. If somebody tell you that, it's like, you serious? You're saying you clearly made that costume out of cardboard. Why am I paying you $10 to take a picture with you with cardboard? But things different over there, I guess, yeah. They're
Yeah,
more official. So
yeah. I guess
it
if you
was
want to call it
yeah,
that. If you want to call it that. I mean, like I have a friend that I went to school with. She makes costumes. Like that's her thing. I actually have a couple friends that do this. One of them, she makes costumes for people who do cosplay. She also does it for like shows, like performance art type shows, and for like fashion shows and things like that. She does like really outlandish stuff. I've even done like drawings I've done. She's made costumes that were based on concepts I came up with, and it was fun because that's the thing, she liked the design enough to do that. Um,
okay.
and then I have another friend that makes costumes for anyone. That's her thing. You go to her, she'll make you the costume that you bring to her, and it's her craft. So yeah, taking
Yeah, yeah.
her having pictures and you paying for those pictures of the people dressed in her costumes, and they set up Photoshop it to look like, or set up the shoot to look like a scene from a comic or something. I get it. That's a craft. That's
Right.
You pay for that. I get it.
I, under, I understand that, but
But just
don't tell me
existing,
you buy it off Amazon. I want to talk to me rough.
yeah, it's just weird, man.
Yeah, that wouldn't fly.
Yeah, it's too much. I'm like, nah. But yeah, I just overall though, yeah, it has become, the Comic Cons have become too commercial. Like it's all about like you know multimedia and not about
Yeah, yeah, I
comics.
understand because I've been following these dudes pixel down and shot when they go to Comic Con, and it's
Ugh.
definitely like that. It's like, what's the latest show coming out? It's not
Yeah.
really, and they hardly even, to me, you just hardly even see like the artists being in the spotlight.
Yeah.
I said this is Comic Con,
Yeah.
so
I
comic
agree.
should be the forefront. Not these new TV shows that based off the comics, but comics themselves. But hey, I know things change.
Yeah. It's weird. It shouldn't have, but yeah. It shouldn't
Uh,
have changed. I feel like comic books, they though it's part of why the industry is kind of not in the best place. It's weird how like
yeah,
movies absorb comic book characters, and the movies are making billions, whereas the comic book industry itself, which has been bending over backwards to try to imitate, Hollywood, is not
mhm,
doing so well. To the
yeah.
point where like DC is getting ready to close its damn doors. Like that's the next step. It's got to be.
Wow. Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah, I'm not happy with that at all.
Yeah, yeah, neither me. Especially when you grow up with these characters, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
That's the problem. It's not cool, but like you said, that's how it is right now.
Yeah. Well,
So
it is. So,
no, I,
wow,
I want to I want to do one last
well, okay.
before
Yeah,
we
yeah.
we finish up.
Oh yeah, one thing I want to mention too is that with the what we were speaking about with the action figures before,
Uh-huh.
I really think certain companies should do re-releases of this stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I think re-releases should be a priority with action figure collecting.
I agree.
I see Hasbro doing it. I commend them for that. Salute to you, sir. But I mean, other companies. re-releases will help with the aftermarket prices and things. Just saying.
I agree. I agree. I think, well, actually, in a sane world, it would help. But in the world that we're in, it might not, because like, look how many times they've released re-released the Power Rangers in the SH Figure Arts.
Oh man!
And every time they re-release them, they still go for so many. You have so many choices, but they still go for the premium. Which is dumb.
But
Shouldn't be like that.
Could it be that even though they're re-releasing these figures, they're doing it in limited numbers?
Well, if it's a what do they call that? Goodness, if it's an import figure, imports are always made in. Typically, they're made in limited numbers compared to like the American market. Okay. So, like, you already are paying a premium because it's an import figure. But like when it's a brand like Power Rangers, where it's like there's like dual ownership somewhat, because you have the like the American, you have Power Rangers in America, and then you have Super Sentai in Japan. It's the same characters or some of the same visuals, same, just slightly different branding.
Yeah,
you shouldn't have that problem. You literally have a company here in the U.S. You had Saban working with Bandai in the U.S. selling his own. I mean, he took the license to sell toys here in the U.S. So like, we should never have been having the problems that we're having on the secondary with these figures, because there's so much choice. But if you notice, like, look how many Batman figures there are. You can't count them yet. They all still go for a premium. Almost all of them go for some kind of premium. If it was made in the last couple years, it's going for a premium on the secondary just because it's Batman. Like the Movie Masters, Mattel's Movie Master figures that all the reviewers gave props to them and kind of shat on them, and then they still go for like $40 a pop. Just because. And it's like, but you said it's whack. You said it's not good. Why are you charging people?
Yeah, exactly.
The premium.
So how much they used to go for when they were not released?
$17.99.
What?
$17.99. Yeah, they were cheap, man. They were super cheap.
Nuts.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me with this nonsense. Like, and like I check every now and then just because one day I was thinking like maybe I should get the Commissioner Gordon from the Dark Knight trilogy or whatever.
Oh, okay.
And it was strange because I looked up a couple characters and they were fairly cheap, and then I looked up Commissioner Gordon and he was like super expensive, and I'm like, wait, what? He was like $30 something, $40, maybe even more than that, and I was like, what? Why? I don't even understand what the point was to this price. But yeah, it was ridiculous. I'm just like, it's just because you can.
Just like this one too. Man, don't even look for DC collectible stuff from the Arkham Asylum, the Arkham games.
Oh, I gave up. I gave up on that. I mean, I got the most of what I wanted. But yeah, I gave up on that. I gave up on that a long time ago.
I wanted a Bane. It could be anyone. It could be the one, the articulated legs one. It could have been the one where he pre-poses and he crouch.
Yeah.
A Bane. Or even the one in Origins.
Yeah, A Bane.
Yeah. A Bane, and I can't afford A Bane because all of them expensive.
Yeah, they're all way too expensive.
Good, right? And yet, Toddy Mac made this Bane a builder figure with these figures that I don't want. I just want the Bane.
Yeah.
Right? I just want the Bane. Why you just didn't make that single? Go on and do this builder figure craziness now.
That's what they do.
Oh, it's here.
That's what they created Build-A-Figures for, man, to get you to keep you buying figures that you don't necessarily want.
Oh, this is the old costume Spawn. This is the
Yeah,
one before it changed.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
one I was talking
That shirt
about.
looked real cool.
Yeah, and this was another one. Remember I got these two the same day because I went to the comic store. I want to say like late, kind of, and
Yeah.
so I got 17 when 17 dropped, but I bought 16 the same day, and I drew that, especially 16, that pose, his grin, the whole thing. I drew that so many times. Yeah, and for you guys, we're talking about Greg Capullo's Spawn 16 and 17 covers. I love the movement of his cape, the smile on his face, the way the chains are moving, and then on 17 there was the way that everything had a blue tone to it because he was near water and his energy was kind of reflecting off of that, and it was like a bluish greenish tone to it. So nice, so nice, cinematic as
Yeah.
fuck.
And it looked like he was in the stores.
Yeah,
Yeah, that looked real cool. I like it. It's different.
yeah,
So I like this.
yeah, man.
But yeah, boy, back to the DC collectible stuff. This guy who was going for like dog cheap because I was pricing him the other day. Anarchy.
Oh yeah,
The
yeah.
guy with the Molotov cocktail with the kind of rubber.
Yep, with the sleeves.
I was like,
Yeah,
yeah, I was like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I could get him for my Batman villain shelf.
yep.
When I went back, $45. I was like, and he was going for like about 19-20. I was like, yeah, okay, cool.
I
I'll just
saw him.
wait.
I saw
Yeah,
him for
right.
cheaper. I saw him for cheaper way back, like maybe I don't know, 5 6 months ago. But I know the prices because someone's gonna be a jackass and jump in the comments and be like, the prices change all the time. The problem is they shouldn't. Like they're changing for no reason. You know, nothing. It's not like more people are collecting Arkham City stuff now or Arkham Origins stuff now than back when it came out. It's you go on eBay, there's still like hundreds of the same things. You're looking for. It's like I used to complain about the flag, the USS flag, and the price for that
Oh,
damn thing. And I'm like, there's no reason for the $10,000 USS flag mint in box. There's no reason for it. It just doesn't make sense because it's not the only one, and it's not like there's anything other than it was in a box. It was in a place that was clean and climate cooled, so that it didn't get all the wear and tear, everything else that it's gonna have. Because lo and behold, when you put that shit together, it's still gonna buckle under its own weight, just like it always did, because they use shit plastic for it. It's not like anything in the last 30 some odd years has changed other than it's more brittle now than it was before. And you have so many choices of condition for your flag on eBay. So there's no reason why one should go for $10,000. But all these fanboys, they've been treating action figures the same way they treat baseball cards. So they act like it was graded. What the fuck am I grading a figure for? If it came fresh from the fucking factory or fresh from whatever the case, what do I need to grade it for? It's mint in the damn box. Like that's it. It's just another gimmick to make you spend money to add to the gimmicks that exist. Like it's just a lot of weird shit that just it's dumb. Like I don't know. It's just dumb. Like how do you I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. Like it's hard to understand the logic behind how they get to this point with some of the stuff that's out there. Like I said with the movie masters and what you're saying with these DC collectibles figures, other than DC collectibles closing, because if that's the case, everything DC collectibles should be stupid expensive. Everything, not just Batman related stuff. But if you notice, it's just the Batman related stuff that keeps going up and dropping, going up and dropping, and going up and dropping. Everything else there's a couple exceptions here and there, but definitely Superman shit isn't going up in price because he's not popular, and that's the reason. If we're being fair and honest, it's all popularity. That's why Snake Eyes always goes for more than everybody else, because Snake Eyes is the most popular guy, because essentially he's Batman in the G.I. Joe universe.
yeah.
You know?
If you realize anybody who is Batman-esque in their universe goes for a lot of money.
Well, if they wear black, I was looking for so I have the '90s Power Rangers. We were talking about this earlier. The Legacy collection, the smaller Legacy Collection ones, the 4-inch or 5-inch ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, those were the movie ones. You told me I never got the black one.
Yeah, never got the black one because I never saw him in the store. And then when I started looking him up online, he went for over $100, whereas everybody else was like 40, 50, maybe 30. And I'm like, wait, what? Why is the Black Ranger so expensive? It's probably because he's wearing black. That's the only reason.
I would think so, yeah, because I have no other logical reason why he would be more expensive than the other colors.
Yeah, it makes no sense to me.
I don't get it neither. That's madness.
I was like, it's a team of 5 people. Number one, why are they all going for different prices? None of them did anything different from the others. If anything, with all the Tommy dick sucking that most of these guys do, why isn't the White Ranger the most expensive one of the bunch? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. And I got Tommy for the.
Hey, man, you know that's my wish list from Hasbro right now. I want those movie Rangers.
Oh man, that'd be a whole nother ordeal to go through to get them.
And you know what? Those people will be wicked enough to make that a San Diego Comic Con.
Of course, of course.
They will do that. I just have a feeling so.
Yeah, they would definitely do that. Or they'd put it in like some weird 2-pack with like a figure that you don't want. So you would have to get
I'll make it. I've been following you guys in the States. And apparently you guys don't like which one is Walmart or Target you guys don't like?
People don't like Walmart or Target. They complain about not being able to get stuff there. I have no problems with both. I get lucky at both places. But I know a lot of people diss them.
Yeah, it's like we don't get our stuff in there, and it's like yikes.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like some people saying, yeah, my Target is always full, and others I haven't seen that figure since it came out.
Yep. It's weird, man. It's kind of like it's like a hit or miss type thing. You know what I mean? Like, I know right now, my my Target is Target and Walmart. They always are picked bare, always.
Yeah.
It's
so,
bad.
And that's the thing. I make sure and follow what's going on in the States with collectors, with anybody, with what's going on. So I will have a kind of gauge how difficult it will be for me to get it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as pay attention, or try as much as.
You kind of have to.
As much as, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You kind of have to. I mean, because there's so many hoops you have to go through these days.
Oh man.
There's so many hoops.
I really wanted the Super Shredder. And
look on eBay. He's 54. I found him for 54 on eBay the other day.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, you look.
There's some people. He may still be on there now. You should check.
All right, I will.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah, because I keep like every now and then I peek at him just to see what the prices are like, and I found his funniest listing was like lowest on eBay. I was like, yep, you know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm on eBay right now, and the movie the movie White Ranger is going anywhere from $39.99 to $69.99.
All right, cool. No, look for the Black Ranger and let's see what goes.
I know, that's what I'm trying to find. I can't even find the Black Ranger. The Red Ranger is like $10.
What?
Oh, the Black Ranger.
You remember what we said? In past? You saw nobody.
Yep, nobody liked Rocky. Yeah. Black Ranger, $159.99. Or best offer.
Best offer. Okay.
That's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. That's robbery. And I'm still trying to find out what is the justification for this price, like for him specifically. Like you could buy all of them except for him for $120. That still doesn't make sense that they're trying to charge you all that for. I didn't even pay $150 for all 5 and Alpha from the new movie. And they're 6-inch figures. Like, that makes no sense. Yeah, I tell you, the toy game is super broken. It's just that's just what it is. It's broken and
Yeah,
it seems like it's unfixable.
it makes no sense. It makes no sense. And you know, every now and again, if you're lucky, you'll come across that one eBay seller with common sense.
Yeah,
I don't mind if you make a little profit off of your sale,
of course.
but don't
Yeah,
make it like
yeah.
a whole 100%
Yeah, don't
again.
or like 200%. Like don't
Yeah,
charge. You know what I'm saying? Like twice what the figures actually cost, or three times what the figure's worth or cost, just because you
yeah.
have it and others don't. Like it's come on, we're gonna buy it from you
Let,
regardless.
let me ask you something. The Casey and Raph TMNT 2 pack, the movie.
Ugh.
How much is that going for in the stores? What's the original price?
I think $40, like for 50, 49.99.
Man, get out of here. What are you
Yeah,
telling me? You
yeah,
serious?
yeah. I think it's 25 a figure. So yeah, I think it's 50. Yeah, because that's what they go for
Oh,
separately. About 20.
and when you're looking on Amazon, you see it for all
Yeah, I
198.
gave up. I gave up on that. And Casey was my number one most wanted character from that film. Period.
Yeah, that's all I need. That's all I need. I need Casey because I have the other four. I have the four guys, the main guys. So I need Casey.
Yeah, I got lucky. I got Casey. I mean, I got the Turtles and Splinter, and
I
then I
need Splinter too.
and then I got
Yeah.
Shredder, and I have two. So like you know how they did them in two different waves. It was like all four turtles came first, then they did
Right.
the two foot soldiers that came with different weapons, and then Splinter
Right.
and Shredder. So I pre-ordered them, and then I got I couldn't get Super Shredder when he came out, but I was like, I'll wait. I don't care. I can wait a little bit. And then
Okay.
but Casey and Raph, I never saw him in the store. 112, he found him, uh,
Right.
but it didn't seem like he was trying to give him up. So I was like, okay, it's cool. I mean, I know what the struggle is to find him. So I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, just keep him. I'll just wait. Um, and he had been going to. I remember he was going to Walmart like daily. It was like a stop on his way to work, to and from
Yeah,
work, or something like that.
it's too crazy. It's too crazy. This
Yeah.
collective game.
Yeah, it's just after a while for me, that kind of thing. I used to like going to Toys R Us and going to Target to, see what's new and things like that. But now because everything is somebody's like favorite figure, I can't
Yeah,
I
and you
can't
know
keep
what?
up. What's
If
up?
you do a if you do a documentary, like, and what you just said there, you used to like going to those two places, so you will actually show yourself skipping into the stores. But no, these days, yeah, you're kind of you're speed walking.
Yeah, well now, number one, we don't have Toys R Us anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Number so like Target and Walmart are it, and so all the scalpers have like fucking descended on Target and Walmart like vultures, and they've picked them dry. So there's nothing you can do. You can't find what you're looking for in most cases because it's not my job to go look for figures. It's what I do for fun. This is sad, man. Like
Yeah,
the yellow and the red Ranger from the movies, loose, it's about $24. But then the Black Ranger alone is like three or four times that. Actually, he's more
yep.
than three or four times that. He's like 140 something is the lowest I've seen him go for. That's ridiculous. How did that happen? I need to know what the reasoning is for that because that makes no damn sense.
It'd be nice. Will be helpful is in eBay. They have the description.
Yeah,
If this seller will just explain why.
yeah. Like, what makes this figure so expensive? I want to know. Someone in the comments, please
Yeah,
enlighten us because I know you're out there. Explain to us the absurd reasoning behind why all the other 2016 Mighty Morphin Power Ranger Legacy figures are reasonably priced, and then the Black Ranger is like 100 plus.
and when
Please.
you're answering, please start with well, actually, so we'll know that you're answering that question.
Please don't. Please do not. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I know that's coming. It's gonna come. It's gonna come
Yeah.
regardless.
Yep.
Probably because I said please don't. It's probably gonna happen even more. because it's the internet, and you just have to do that. But I really want to know what the reasoning is, because that makes no sense. I mean, it really pissed me off when I was like, all right, all I got to do now is go get Adam. And I remember no one dug Adam back in those days, because he didn't really, like, we dug how he fought, but people didn't dig
Yeah.
him as a character because they didn't really explore him as a character. Then later on, by the time he popped back up in what was it, Space, I think it was, when he was teaching Carlos how to fight,
Carlos, yes,
then
yes,
people liked him. And also by then, John Young Bosch had been doing voice acting, and he kind of
yeah,
became a better actor, and it was cool to see him. And he was, in his little Jackie Chan mode, doing crossing the stream and doing all these cool moves and stuff. Like,
yeah.
it was nice, but like back then, come on now.
Uh, Although I'd really back then I'd really like him as, but my favorite part in Power Rangers is when they were fighting the putties outside the suits, so you could actually see how these guys,
Yeah, how they
like
fought.
they know that they know how to fight martial arts. They know
Yeah,
what they would do. And he did some real cool things. He had this thing where he used to spin in the air.
yeah. That's crossing the
Yeah,
stream. He'd be like
cross the stream,
completely.
right?
Yeah.
Cool. That's what
Yep.
you call it. I just used to call it
Or
the
they.
real difficult technical term. You're spinning sideways in the air like
The technical term is a butterfly twist.
ah,
Because it's like you start off the same way you would do a butterfly kick, except instead of the kick, you do a single twist. Um,
yeah,
some stunt people call it a HK, like a Hong Kong, because in Hong Kong movies they always would spin before when they get knocked
yes,
down.
yeah.
So yeah,
I would put a
yeah, man. I'm telling you, like what really got me with Power Rangers and my appreciation for it was when the different stunt teams took over, and you would get better fights. Like season 1, you had okay fights with Power Rangers. Season 2, you had lots more martial arts, and you'd see Jason doing more complicated things. You'd see more, or yeah, it was season 2. You see Jason doing more complex things. Tommy would be doing like complicated but fast things. Like his kicks would be really fast, and like the
go, don't forget that.
I know, see, yeah.
Yes, go.
Like you got to see, like, for people who are doing martial arts, like you got to see, like, okay, Tommy definitely is a martial artist. Jason is definitely a martial artist. From even Zach definitely has some type of martial arts background, or at least is aware of what it's supposed to look like, because his style worked. Whenever him and Jason had fight scenes, they were always interesting because they played off each other really well. You could tell they were cool with each other in real life. They trust each other, because usually when it's people who they don't vibe well, the fight looks stiff because you're trying not to hit the other person.
Yeah.
But when they trust each other and they know how you know how the other person moves, you just flow, and it doesn't feel stiff and weird. Like you could tell that what's her face, Kimberly and Billy were gymnasts, because that's all they did was flip around.
Yeah.
Their kicks looked really weak, but their flips looked powerful. Like there was strength in their movements when they flipped and they, landed and things like that. But yeah, man, like I dug the overall, like, just the feel of the fights as the series started going on. And then by the time it got to Space and Lost Galaxy, they use a team called Alpha Stunts, and Alpha Stunts did some Hong Kong stuff. There are stunt teams that are used with in other actual, like, big martial arts films. So you were seeing, like, the putties would be falling the way with the HK, not putties, but what were they called? Quantrons, I think they were called back in Space. They'd be doing HKs and stuff when they fall. There'd be dust when they get kicked. Like you were seeing the contact, so it felt real. And like you noticed how, like, in different shows, different Ranger periods, I guess, they could either fight really hard outside of their costumes and do damage to the enemies, or they couldn't. Like Space, Andros could do all the damage out of his suit, but the others weren't really that strong out of their suits. But then in Lost Galaxy, they would train. In the beginning of the season, they kind of sucked when they fought outside of their suits. They'd always get hammered. But then, like, midway through, they started having Alpha Stunts do more of the choreography, and you had like these cool fights where they'd be training with their swords, like Leo and Kai, and they'd be doing all kinds of craziness, and you'd just be like, damn, this is awesome. Like, Leo went through this phase where at first he was generic white guy who's just the leader, and then he started to train. He stopped wearing a dumb leather jacket with the chain around his neck, and he would just wear a t-shirt, a red t-shirt, and like a blue shirt that was open, baggy pants, and he'd do all kinds of Jackie Chan-ish type flipping around and avoiding stuff. He always did it, but like that became his shtick, and that's the kind of stuff that like appealed to me. And then by the time you got to Lightspeed Rescue, because they were soldiers, that's literally how they were training. They were beating things barehanded. I mean, they didn't always win, but they were literally hanging with demons with their bare hands, and then they would morph, and then they'd be even stronger. So like, it was cool to see like there's an evolution, and you could also see that there was a difference between like what they could do without their powers, quote unquote, and what they could do with the powers. I don't know. I loved that show up to a point, and then it just got stupid. Like when it felt like they weren't trying as hard when they got to the Disney years with the Ninja Storm.
I kind of cut off with the Disney years. It's only like if I happen to see an episode, because I followed SPD a little as how I like Jack. And that was about it. After that was it.
Yeah, SPD wasn't bad. Like, there were things about it that were bad. Like, the music was horrible. Like everything they did. I'm like, shut up, man. You don't have to do this for everything. They like jump to sit down on their bike. Yeah. He's running down the street. Yeah. Every time his foot touched down. Yeah. I'm like, stop. That's not what you do that for. But overall, like, the stories were cool. Cool as far as Power Rangers goes. And like, freaking Doggy Kruger was the truth. Like, he was just too damn hard.
You know which team I'd like to? I'd like not Dino Thunder. The first is, I think this is the first Ninja team. Oh gosh. It had three of them.
Ninja
first.
Storm?
Ninja Storm.
Yeah.
Right, that was it. Ninja Storm.
Yeah, I have the figure arts of those guys.
I used to watch that too, yeah.
I hated the music in that show. It's sad because the Red Ranger on that team, he passed away a year or two ago.
Serious?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, he what did he have? I think it was some kind of leukemia or something. It was something along those lines.
Shoot.
I was like, man, that sucks. And I remember watching I watched this interview with him, and it was a few other, because he's of, I think, Maori descent, and they were talking about the fact that, you're seeing a lot of people from New Zealand in these shows, and he's like, it's nice to see more brown faces in, a lot of mainstream things.
Yeah.
And it was cool just because, that same sentiment is something we talk about all the time, like, it's weird that, like, when people talk about Latin America, they always exclude the non-Spanish speaking parts of Latin America, and like, we're brown there too, like my family my family is from half Guyana, half from Brazil. Both don't speak Spanish, you know what I mean? Like, it's still Latin America though. It's South America. Like, come on, like, include us.
Yeah, it is.
And definitely. And it's strange because you look around and you hardly, unless it's a specifically like a Guyanese production or a Brazilian production by like an Afro-Brazilian director or team, you don't really see us put on display, but it's nice when you see it in other things. Like, he was one of the few brown leaders of a Ranger team, and he was actually he was cool. It's just the show itself was just, there were issues with it. It was too much, like, tonally it was too all over the place. The CG fucking gopher ninja, leader guy, whatever his name was, their teacher. That hurt my heart. It was just stupid. I'm like, guys, please stop.
I remember that. He used to skateboard.
Yeah.
My favorite my favorite out of the team was Dustin, the kind of airheaded yellow ranger. Yeah, he was an airhead. He was a male airhead.
Yeah.
And girl, she was the surfer, and Dustin was the X Games, the motorcycle.
Motocross dude, yeah.
Yeah, motocross, right? Motocross dude. And then it had the other two.
Who were generic as fuck. I didn't like either of them.
Then it had Cam. Cam was the green.
Yeah, Cam was cool. He was funny.
Yeah. Then had the blue scarab and I think the red scarab. I have to watch it over to really get it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in years.
Yeah.
But me and Grim had to do the continuation of the Rangers we were getting into. And you know, that's the thing. And when we did that podcast, Strydent, the amount of things we missed that we could have talked about, we could have gone on for hours.
Yeah, I know, right? Shoot, we're doing it right now.
Yeah, we are. It have so much. Man, that's why I say, man, these podcasts should be on a regular, man. We have so much to talk about.
I know.
Yeah, but you know, time constraints, and we have lives, people. We have lives.
I know, right? Yeah, little Strydent just came up to check on me because I told him I would be done around 11, and here we are about to hit 1.
Wow. Yeah.
So.
Well, right now I'm 10 to 2.
Oh my God! Wow. You're about an hour and a half ahead of us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But it is fun. It was even the first piece we did back in August. It was fun then. It's still fun now.
I know, right, man? I can't believe it's been that long, man. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Life hit.
We have lives.
Yeah, I know, right? Now, I promise the next one, I plan on, we're going to do something big to, end the year with
nice.
like a big podcast. I'm going to try to get a bunch of people together, and you are definitely invited. And yeah, we're gonna try to say F you to 2020 and bring in the new year doing something.
Hey, could I invite my boy Grim?
Oh hell yeah!
He wants to talk to you so bad about Gundam.
Hell yeah! I'm down.
Yeah, sure. So I'll tell him to come on.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm definitely down. Yeah, bring him. Yeah. I don't know. It's strange because the idea behind this, and I always bring it up whenever I do podcasts with different folks, is just that I like hearing the perspective of different people. That's one thing I dig about you guys' show, you and Grim, is it's two of you. You both do reviews, but you're on opposite ends of the spectrum. I know you like Gundam too, but he's all Gundam. and then you're like,
right?
Yeah.
When we introduced ourselves, I will obviously say he's all Gundam and I'm everything else.
Yeah, exactly. Which is so it's the way that this thing really works. We don't have to be 100% in the same space to vibe. We can be on different ends of the spectrum, like different things. We could have never ever I could have never touched a Gundam in my life and still be able to vibe off of the things you guys are talking about, because like the process is still there. There's still ups and downs. The appreciation for all this stuff is still there, and that's the part that I like. I love hearing that. Like when I was talking to Bodhi, his process growing up and learning about these things, reading comics and getting into the figures, and then the ups and downs of trying to collect the things you love, and the way it's changed from when we were coming up to what it is now,
Exactly. And especially if you're from different regions of the planet.
Exactly.
How things work out for you, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, he's in Germany. So like he was talking about, doing this, in the UK and the shops there and the experience in the 90s over there versus, our experience on my experience here and your experience over there in Trinidad. So it's like, yeah, it's crazy, man. And I love that. That's what this should be about. That's what
exactly.
It should always be like that. We should be getting together to kind of find out what's your experience with this thing, like where do our lines intersect as far as like our paths, with our collecting and stuff we love. So yeah, I dig this. This is, if I could, I'd have like 10 hour off our brains, and people would be like, "What the fuck, man? Why stop?
Yeah,
please stop."
Is it like I have to have a pot of coffee next to me? Go through that thing.
Yeah, we would have like intermission. 4 hours intermission, 4 hours
Yeah.
intermission.
Uh,
Because
it,
man, yeah, I
it
just
a shame that we can't get paid for doing something we love like this. Huh?
I know, right? Shoot, maybe we can. I mean, we have to look
Yeah,
into how to do these. I mean, if Joe Rogan can get, can get together guys for podcasts where they freaking smoke weed and just chat about random shit, we could do the same thing for action figures. It's just a matter of finding
exactly.
the right place to do it.
Yep, yep.
But
Man, hey, man, he will be so stoked. So tomorrow tomorrow we're gonna shoot another party salt. So I'll tell him, I said, make sure get your computer up and running.
yeah,
At the end of the year, we have
yeah.
some shit to talk about. And I told him too, I said, join Strident's Facebook page and post some Gundam shit up there, let me get like a mix of stuff.
Yeah, true, true. Yeah, it's weird
Yes.
because I have a little bit of Gundam stuff. I mean, the model kits I collect are all over the place. I mean, I love like Mazinger is one of my favorites. I love Gurren Lagann. Um, I've always liked Diaclone, but I was always afraid to get into it. And Dem Guts, he reminded me about what is it? Mech Fans Toys did a line called
Um,
Lost Planet, which is essentially a bootleg of the Diaclone stuff. It's
okay,
it's
okay.
it's essentially it's the same figures without the metal. They don't have die-cast parts, or at least not as much. I don't think they have any. At least the ones I have. So I've been getting into those. I love those. Um, I have like tons of Jaegers from Pacific Rim. I have like
Yeah.
the spirits. What do they call them? The
The solar chud the solar
Chogokin.
Chugokan.
Yeah,
Right,
I
right.
think that's what they're called, or something Bandai Spirits or something like that. I can't
Those
remember,
clothes. Right, right, right,
but
right.
I have those, Jaegers. Almost, I think I have all of them except for two. Um, so yeah, I get into mechs, man. I used to want to be when I was a kid. My dream job was to pilot the Black Lion. I remember my teacher laughed at me. I was in like second grade or something like that, second
Yeah,
or
yeah.
going into third. I'm like, yeah, I want to pilot the Black Lion. She was like, what? I'm
It's
like,
okay. It's okay. I made a joke the other day, and I was kind of serious about it. I wanted to be a UFO pilot, but I just want that be my dream job. So
hey,
I don't know. Yeah,
hey, it's crazy because like this the sky's the limit with your imagination. But it would be amazing if these things were possible, and who knows, maybe at some point it will be. But man, Man, I swear, I really was like, I want to pilot a giant mech, and I figured if I'm the leader of the Voltron Force, I can pilot a mech and explore the cosmos. Like that's gonna be awesome.
that would be awesome. But bro, you see that guy? You see when he start with Gundam, because a lot of the things I know, I got it from him.
Uh
When he starts, the dude just doesn't want to stop. He will
huh.
go on. He will tell you like, you will go on Amazon and hear what I want you to test it, right? I want you to go on Amazon and look up any kind of master grade Gundam kit
Uh
and ask about it. You will see.
huh.
You will see. Because sometimes we speaking on over WhatsApp, right? And
Yeah.
I will be on Amazon and I'll be like, all right, so dude, have you seen this one, the Astral